It's C-Doc again.
Hey! It's not Tuesday, it's Wednesday. That's all right. This is it. This is it. The last episode of Season 2. The last episode, 2023. Here we are, doing it up big. We got plenty of guests coming through. We're going to recap the year a bit. Say what's the what. And, do the damn thing. But not alone. Of course, we have, as always, our lady from the heyday of K-Day. She got her start in classic rap radio, Jennifer O. Jenny. Oh, we're saluting tonight.
It's not the end of season 2, but okay. That was a couple months ago.
No, we're just gonna do it from yearly now. It's just easier that way, you know.
All right.
Season one was a little extra long. How about that? You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Then yeah, sure, why not? I'm here for it, all of it.
Fantastic. You are feeling better, I presume?
I'm trying.
All right.
Yep. Got a nasty cold that wants to not leave me alone.
Well, yeah.
I mean a nasty, what did I say? Cold? Cough.
You said cold.
Nasty cough that wants to
It's hanging around.
hang on
Gotcha.
for dear life. But other than that, no, I'm good.
Gotcha.
I'm good.
Well, glad you're back. Glad you're feeling better.
Why, thank you, sir.
Yeah, of course. Also joining us tonight, the man behind People's Distinctive Travels, a fantastic podcast in its own right. Coming from New Jerusalem, ladies and gentlemen, Ultramag 7.
What up?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Yeah, see, Jennifer's got her guns. I got to start doing the Birdman. I got to start rubbing my hands. Do the Birdman.
I'm not the one with the guns. That's him. He was the one that started that.
That was that guy.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
I don't do that.
That was the guy.
All right.
The guy. Anyway. How are you, sir?
I'm just living this hip hop life, man. You know, that's
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
all it
straight.
is. Hip hop life.
That's a lovely thing. That's a lovely thing.
Yeah, that's what they say.
We'll take it, right?
Somebody should do it.
Yeah, somebody
Yeah.
got to do it. That's right. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Yep.
And also joining us tonight, the man behind Hip Hop Gods Radio, the president of Rap Station, coming from the Northwest Side, Flatline.
Pew, 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 pew.
With the
Pew,
slow-mo
pew,
guns.
pew.
Yeah.
By the way, when Rocco asked who's going to be on Davey asked who's going to be on the show tonight, I said, "Oh, we got all kinds of people coming through." And Rocco goes, "Jenny's going to be there. Flatbread's going to be there."
Flatbread.
We're like, flatbread?
Flatbread.
Yes.
Man, that one might stick.
I love it.
Flatbread.
Yeah, that's great.
I love it.
Yeah.
Flat
And Mara
Brizzle.
says, Rocco says, "Hi, Flatbread."
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I love it.
There you go.
Man,
Yep.
incredible.
Yeah.
Flatbread. Okay.
So, real quick, you wrapped up 2023.
I have not yet. No,
Oh, okay.
no,
Okay.
I'm doing it next week.
Moving
Okay.
right along
I
then.
figured people would be too busy to tune in and check it out. But yeah, that's in the works, and it's a monster.
I'm sure.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm sure. Because you
a
have.
good monster.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
A
just
monster,
takes a while.
monster in the best way possible.
Yeah, it just takes a while to put it all together.
Yeah. I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, we were looking forward to it then.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I look forward to presenting it to everyone out there.
The masses.
The masses.
See the masses.
Yeah.
Kenyatta said that's a lie. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay. I don't know. Well, well, our first guest was here and then we lost him. So maybe we'll bring it. Maybe he'll come back. We'll
Come
see.
back to us, first guest.
Yes. That would be
Come
Matthew
back.
and M. DeGlod. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. We'll come back. We'll come back.
Bring
there.
on number 2.
We'll bring on number 2. It'll be number 1 today. All right.
Exactly.
Because we know he's got a
Bring
busy
out your
night.
dead.
He's got people to see.
He's got
and
people to
babies
see.
to kiss and whatever.
Exactly. So please welcome back to the show, Rmtic.
Yay!
Well, since everyone has this, they have this. They got whatever. Mine's this.
Yeah.
Yours?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Perfect.
All right.
How you
It
doing,
works
guys?
well.
How you guys doing?
We're
Good,
well. How are you,
Awesome.
sir?
Thanks for having me again.
No, thanks for coming back. We wanted to get some updates and get your take on 2023.
I don't know. Yeah, good and bad, I guess. It's just like life. It's crazy, man. It's just I mean, like Ultramax said, I'm just living that hip hop life, just trying to, just bob and weave and whatnot and stuff. So
Wow.
I'm just happy to be here. That's all.
Nah,
It's dangerous out there in Glendale if he's got a bob and weave.
Well, I heard Glendale got the craziest drivers over there, so I don't know.
It does now, I guess.
Right. So yeah. First of all, congratulations, guys. Is this what it's the anniversary, right? Or year
End of the
Well, the end of the year,
End of
so.
2
Yeah.
years.
Yeah,
So-
this is, the end of year number 2.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, either way, congratulations, guys.
Well, thank you.
Why, thank you.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
So what's going on with you guys? I mean, of course, I'd be seeing Ultramag putting up some crazy videos all the time, man. I was like,
Yeah.
what the heck? How
Thank
did
you, sir.
I was like, I might have to hire you to do some promos for me and shit.
Yeah.
Rhett, I'm here, brother.
Okay.
You just gotta let him know.
Word.
Wow.
Word.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, man. It's just other than that, just what's going on? Still doing the school. We next year would be our 7th year that we've been open. So knock on wood and stuff. Of course, being this year is also the 50th anniversary of hip hop and stuff. But just happy to see, just to be part of it. Just to, I'm sure you guys feel the same way. Just to be, active and just be part of the culture. Just it's an honor, and to see of course, seeing a lot of our heroes, representing one way or another. I mean, I'm sure Chuck's behind the scenes right now watching, kind of like, but
He usually is.
yeah, but I was geeking. I was dope when I saw him at the Force tour over at the Forum and stuff, So I was with Shortcut, who's the tour DJing for the Force tour, and he brought Babs and me and stuff. So, and then of course just watching everybody from LL, The Roots, Rakim, Jazzy Jeff, Ice-T, who else was there? Salt and Pepper. It was just, I just felt like, like a kid again, just I felt like I was at the 1987 Def Jam tour and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, so it was really dope. It was really dope and stuff. So yeah, man, it's just just yeah.
But what are you looking forward to in 2024, Rhett?
Shoot, just still bobbing and weaving. I don't know, man. I mean, just try to stay positive. Like not to say be cliche about it, but with a lot of things that's going on in the world, just try to stay positive and just try to make good music, try to help still to contribute to the culture and stuff like that, and just do the best I can as a human being.
Yeah, man.
You know?
Yeah. Do you have any projects in the works you can give us give us the lowdown on, or
Yeah,
too early yet?
yeah. Well, for recording wise, the Beat Junkies were actually doing a joint production. No, not a joint production. We're doing a joint album with on the Fly Hooligan from the UK. So it's an EP and stuff like that. So that should be dropped. We're looking to drop it like sometime in top of the 2024. It took a while to get that together. I'm actually saying I'm working with Napoleon the Legend. So we actually finished the whole album. He's waiting on me. So it's just that I'm finally trying to finish it up like I'm supposed to, and then hopefully drop it out sometime in the middle of 2024. Other than that, just visionary. The visionaries. We got some projects too, and then whatever. Just if I'm here on the show with you guys again next year, that's cool too.
Hey, you're
Bring it back.
always welcome. You're always welcome to come through, sir.
Absolutely, always.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, for me geeking out on Sugar Bear, I was geeking out on Chuck, but Sugar Bear, I didn't put two and two together when you guys said it. It's like, wait, did you say?
That was
And
the
of course
best clip ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
Yeah, that's an awesome clip.
Yeah.
yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, it was like, so, yeah. So just if you're truly, at least I think of a hip hop fan, or the era of that era and stuff, you would know who Sugar Bear is and stuff.
Yeah.
And so that's a young DJ, growing up listening on K-Day, that was like, ooh, that was the shit. So yeah, for
Good
real,
stuff.
for real.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Sugar Bear should be here later, I believe. Right?
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
He will
Yep.
be here later.
Yeah.
I heard you guys got like a couple of other guests too jumping in too as well, but unfortunately I won't be able to hang out
Just
and
a
stuff.
few.
That's all right. That's okay. We want to thank you for stopping by and giving us what little time you have tonight. So we appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Yeah, when like you said, when Jennifer was like, "Yo, we have so and so and so and so," like I was like, "Okay, Jennifer, all right." Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Yeah. He's such a liar. He's such a liar. Every word I said, Rhett was going, oh. Not even a good liar.
I'm not gonna say nothing because I'm gonna get my ass kicked one way or another.
All
Yeah.
right, Rhett. Well, thanks for coming through, man. We appreciate it, and we will definitely have you back on the show. Especially once some of these other projects drop, so we can check in with you and give us a skinny, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Guys, happy holidays, happy New Year. Wishing you guys the best and safe and healthy. Jennifer, I hope you're feeling better and stuff like
you.
that. Flatbread. I mean, I just heard like flatbread.
I love that.
Oh man.
At least I could have said Doc C or said a Sea Dog.
Right. Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Right.
Flatbread and that other guy.
Yeah. So, and Ultra Mag, I'll be hitting you up soon too. Also, when I get ready and stuff, man.
I'm here, brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Thank you, man. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rhett. Take care.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah, there we go. Man.
I'm gonna
What
have to
way to
watch
start
Davey
it
J
off?
when the show is over.
Definitely.
Black Brizzle.
That Brizzy.
Flatbread. That's hysterical.
I don't know where Rocco. He was here, and he's usually all about the show. He's like, I'm going upstairs. I'm like, you don't want to be on the show, and he's just gone. I'm like, okay. Guess he's over it now.
Okay.
Whatever. Yep. Yeah. Out of here. All right, real quick. Our next guest has a podcast, The Corner. I've been a guest twice, and so I told him I'd bring him on. He can pick the podcast and tell us about his favorite music of the year. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, Matt Wood.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
And thanks for having me on,
Forgot to plug
CW.
the laptop. Yeah, no problem.
Yes.
Forgot to plug the laptop in.
Yeah, I was away for the last few days, and I meant to do it, but that was the last thing that just fell out of my head.
That's all right. all good.
You know me a little bit. Like, you know, if it's not Simpsons quotes or rap lyrics, it's probably not going to stay in my brain. So
Yeah. We understand. It happens.
Know the feeling.
Yeah.
and
How was the holiday, man? It was. How did it do you?
it was good. It was good. It was a little hectic because of the travels, but and then obviously trying to remember everything. But it was good. It was nice to sit back and do not much. So it's good to slow down a little bit.
Yep. Well, yeah. So you have a podcast, The Corner.
Yes, sir.
I've been fortunate to be a guest on it a couple of times, and
the fortune is mine as well. So.
Yeah, tell everybody what the podcast is about.
Well, so a while ago, I started listening to a ton of podcasts, and I started thinking I could do this, and I should do this, and so I decided to do it. And I love hip hop, I love poetry, I love all things creative. So I wanted to talk to as many creative cats as I possibly could, and give myself a reason to do it other than being a fanboy. And so far so good. That's basically what it's about. It's conversation about and celebration of everything creative with a hip hop and poetic bend.
Yeah, and you've had a decently busy year with it, right?
Yeah, I've got up to 42. I think the count told me.
Yeah.
Two of which you were the guest on. So thank you very much for that, C-Doc.
Sure.
So much love for C-Doc. And
I can talk all night, you know.
I'm here for it. You know, I can too. And like I've been doing it for a year plus now. Sometime around a little bit before Thanksgiving was my year anniversary to it. I've got a few thousand listens now. A number of people have me in their top 5. It's been quite a journey.
Nice. Fantastic. Good. Matt, do you have any album recommendations for the year? Anything that hit you that you were like, wow, I really thought this was amazing? So I like to highlight music that people don't normally get to check out.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's like I got a couple different things if you don't mind there. So I was going back and forth between two of all my all-time favorites for number one, so that you could pick one and that'll be my number one. The first one is the first one, Another Triumph of Ghetto Engineering by Open Mike Eagle. He does some really dope shit, and he's funny, he's personal, he's just all the things that I look for in a lot of music I listen to. I can't get enough of what he does. And the other guy, also someone I can't get enough of, is Black Thought. Put out that album with El Michaels Affair, Glorious Game, and I love everything Black Thought puts on his microphone, and I'll probably love everything he's about to put out. If you're talking about the best of all time and you don't bring up Thought, then I can't take that conversation seriously. And so the only reason that anybody would be Open Mike Eagle would be, I feel like I was in good company with that quote. But the only reason Open Mike Eagle is losing his number one spot would be because Black Thought put out an album in the same year. So I can't get enough of either of those cats. So those two are my top two for sure. Interchangeable, like I said to start it. But.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff. And anything else strike you this year?
I've been seriously into the poetry of Terrence Hayes. So if you guys haven't read any of his stuff or heard him speak, he's amazing. He's done some really, really great poetry. He's been on my radar as far as my reading goes. I love everything he puts to paper, and every interview I've ever heard is just as fascinating as what he writes too. So really cool stuff.
What do you have coming up for 2024?
2024 is going to be, hopefully I get the aforementioned Terrence Hayes on the show, talking to his manager off and on. The show is going to plow forward with some new guests. I'm trying to wrap up the decades thing I'm doing with my homie Jeremy. So shout out to Jeremy if he's watching tonight. So the corner is definitely going to be alive and well for the new year. Hopefully I can make it through the new year without too many heart attacks that the little one gives me. But she's climbing everything. Like she went straight from walking to climbing. She gives no shits about walking anymore.
Yep.
But
Yep.
the world is over. But it's but yeah, the show. We're moving forward with the show. Hoping to score more guests that I've been looking forward to talking to. Hoping to listen to more music. Hoping to, if he's listening tonight, Chuck D, I'm going to keep bugging you until you come on the corner. So I'm that guy that keeps hitting you up on X or Twitter or whatever the hell he wants to call it these days. But yeah, because most of my heroes don't appear on stamps, but they make a lot of good noise though. So, and you're one of them, Mr. Chuck. So, but yeah, that's what 2024 hopefully brings out of that. So,
yeah, man. Looking forward to it. Definitely. Yeah. Tell everybody where they can find you at, please.
On the Instagram, you can find me at the Real Matastic 511. I got in my little description on this thing here, the corner. It's just called the corner. Look up my crazy mug, smiling with a flat brim hat. You can find it on every platform, pretty much. I even went over to Bezos and put it up on Amazon/Audible. I figured it was free. Why not? You can find me everywhere: Apple, Spotify, Amazon, Pandora, wherever. On Twitter or whatever you want to call it these days, I'm Glide W50. I'm also there on Mastodon with the same name, Glide W15. And yeah, Facebook is Matthew Wood Poet because I also write some poetry too, and I like to share it up there. So,
all right, dope, man. All right. Well, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming through.
All right. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man. And we will be definitely checking in. I'll be checking in with the more episodes of The Corner.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, Matt. Good to see you, man.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks.
Peace.
All right.
I was already following him.
There you go. Yep. Yeah.
All right.
Good for me.
Another podcast to listen to.
Good for you.
Yeah. Yep. It's good. It's real casual and conversational and yeah.
What I like.
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, time for our next guest.
I was gonna say you got a room full here.
Yeah, I know. Time for our next guest. Back again. Another podcast person.
Back in black. Here he comes.
Yep, exactly. You might know him as Yo Mailman, but we call him T Money, ladies and gentlemen.
T Money.
T Money.
Yeah.
Excitement. What's happening, everybody?
What's happening, brother?
Love the sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Tribute to my man, Granddaddy IU.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cold chilling, man. Cold chilling. You know.
Long Island, home of the best MCs.
Well, that's for the best MCs. From your mouth to God's ears, my brother. The top throws is going to take a little issue with that, but I feel you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. As long as we got Rakim, we got a chance, right?
You can get Long Island got way more than a chance.
That's right. That's right. We got it, man. How your guys doing?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Just trying to, finish my holiday season. I had a great holiday.
Good.
Hanging out with family. Relaxing. I don't get a chance to do that too often, so it was good for me. I enjoyed it. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is fun. I enjoy you guys' show, man. Salute to you guys.
Oh, thank you.
The year-ending show. 2 years, man. 2 years. Salute to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And how for last time I did the interview, you weren't available. You weren't here. So hello, how are you? Nice meeting you.
I'm you. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, no question. And wherever Chuck is, hey, what's up, Chuck? Peace to you too. I see you out there. I see you out there.
He's logged in, but I don't see him, so I don't know what's going on.
He's here, but he's not here.
Yeah, he's here, but he's not here.
That's okay. Well, I'll speak to him later.
There he is.
Oh, wait. Never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chuck D.
Chuck, what up, good buddy?
Well, I coincidentally I come on with T, so you know it's got to be good. I came after Mr. Wood, so yeah. So
Yeah. What up?
just
What up?
checking in, and you know, T, I'm catching up with you on your podcast this year. You know, guarantee try to knock it out in the next 2 or 3 months for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have. I'll have Annette reach out to you, man. I'm just trying to. This year, we're trying to get all the A-listers that we can, you know, for the show, man. We're doing really, really well.
Damn,
You
I'm
know,
an A-lister. Wow.
yeah, you're a plus. To me, you always an A-lister. Listen, stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with my emotions.
Well, you know,
You
I'm
messing
always gonna
around with
play.
my
Hey,
emotions.
T. You know, I'm always gonna play with you in the most sensible way. Of course.
Okay, you know, that's right. That's right. But listen, we're gonna reach out to you, Chuck, man. We just gotta get you scheduled. That's all, man. You know, so
Yeah.
the show's doing well, man. I mean, we had IU on the show. God bless the dead.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to IU. We've had Milk D, we had Master Ace and Lachey, DMC. Salute to DMC. We had Keith, Chuck. So you got to be on. Keith was on the show.
Yeah.
Royal Flush, Mikey D, Paul Anthony from Full Force. You know, we had Al Scratch, Chip Fu from the Foo Stickers. We had, Will Tracks. We had a lot of people so far. So we're doing well, man. This is the T Money Podcast joint featuring my co-host all the way from New Jersey, Sierra Ross. You know, she packs a punch. She's tough out here. So we're doing well, you know.
Hey, listen, we've been doing this way since the BAU days. Do you feel that artists that come through, you know, they really appreciate that fresh breath of air?
Yeah, they talk to me a lot about how they, you know what's so funny, when I book them, you know, through whoever I have to book them through, the agent or whoever else, even if I speak to them directly, they get there and they're excited about being there. But when they leave, they're over the top because, you know, we treat them with the love and respect and the old energy of BAU, how we, it's personal, it's a vibe. You get this vibe when you come there because I'm used to this. Like Chuck, how BAU, you came there, used to hang out. It's not even just about being interviewed. It's about hanging out and get the culture and who you with, and it's a whole energy that's like different. Because a lot of these shows now, everybody's like cut and paste. Okay.
Yeah.
Next.
And also,
next.
T, a lot of these shows, I mean, they're always picking at the worst vibe about somebody. Like it's like the lowest hanging fruit that doesn't make somebody feel good all the time, man. You know
why they do that? Because they do that because it gets views, it gets the eyeballs on them. But it's disingenuous. I don't understand that. It's just not. I started my podcast for 2 reasons. 2, count them, 2 fingers.
I was gonna say.
I started my podcast because I wanted a voice. Like I like, and I was telling Ed Lover, and Ed said hi, by the way, Chuck.
Okay.
I was telling Ed, I said, huh? What happened?
You did.
I was telling Ed, I said, I wanted to put together a podcast, because I wanted to have a voice in this culture. I needed the voice to have, in this culture, which is really important. And the second reason is to support, a lot of the people who have been part of this culture who would never get any vision, people don't even pay attention to the fact that they exist. And a lot of times, if it wasn't for them, you yourself, I'm not saying you guys, because obviously you guys do your own thing, but you yourself wouldn't exist, or you would have no platform whatsoever if it wasn't for this particular person. So that's important, and I wanted to make it my business to be an integral part of of the contribution that is itself the hip hop culture. Even though I did Yo MTV Raps, I did BAU, I did I put out records on Def Jam. I have a vast history. It's about the ongoing process. It's about what happens moving forward. And I'm glad that I'm doing the show, and it's it's been beneficial to myself and everybody that's been involved, man. I'm very excited about it. Moving forward in 2021.
Hey, listen, I'm very
24,
happy.
24, sorry. 24. 24. What the hell year am I in? Oh shit.
We
What am I
just
drinking?
went
What's in
3
this
years
cup?
back.
What's in this cup there, Jennifer? What's in this cup?
Hey, 2021 was good too. So we're counting it all, man. But it's a blessing to really to be able to do this thing now, because I feel like, you know, yeah, I like watching sports. The Knicks are my team. I like certain things, but this is my entertainment, and this is the thing I did, man. This is what I fill my time with. I like writing about it. I like talking about artists, about what they love to do. You know, I'm not a jazz artist. We're not jazz musicians, but one thing we did know, T Money, whenever we saw a jazz cafe back in the day, we was like, well, why the hell are they so happy?
Yeah, because they got to play their music, man. They got the vibe. It's like their energy was good because they weren't stressed out about all the politics and what they were dealing with. So
exactly.
It worked out for them. That's why they were so happy. That's why they played music. Playing music is, and being able to play whatever what's in your head. A producer told me one time, if you're able to produce what's in your head, you know, you get a sense of freedom. Right? You get a sense of being, you know, of taking your mind to the next level, you know, without any kind of enhancement like drugs or something, you know. So it's like, you know, that's why they were so happy, you know. Maybe they might have a little bourbon on the side, but you know.
Embellishments.
Right. So who knows?
Yep.
Well, I'm on the traveling bag myself. I'll be catching this from the other side of the screen. But salutes out to you, Flatline, Jenny, you know, Ultra, C-Doc, T-Money, and I'll probably catch you on the other side of the year in the 2024, of course. Hip Hop's 51. And that's what we got on our table, Hip Hop 51. People might have said, hey, Hip Hop 50, and it might be over till everybody else's celebration over. We just getting started.
Yep.
That's very true. And Chuck, my birthday is in a couple of days. It's on the 4th.
That's right. So you know. That's right.
Just so you know.
You and Keith are in that same area.
Yeah, Keith is on the 2nd. Keith is on the 2nd.
Doc is coming up the 10th, I think.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool. See Doc in the building, no doubt.
So all
y'all represent.
And he represent, and Doc is going to be on the 50-yard line.
Yep.
Oh, okay. There you go. 50-yard line, boy.
Yeah.
That's a good age, man. You're halfway there, right?
Wherever that is.
Wherever
that is, right?
Damn straight.
No question, brother. Good looking. You know, Chuck, man, good talking to you, man.
Likewise, we'll catch up, y'all. Peace, love. Enjoy to everybody, man.
Thanks,
no doubt,
Chuck.
baby.
Safe travels, Chuck.
Yep.
All right, Chuck. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the voice of God, Chuck D.
Hey, while Strong Island is representing,
I was going to say,
might as well bring in the powerful Power Lord himself, ladies and gentlemen, Sugar Bear.
Oh,
yeah. Here we go again. What up, T? What up? Happy holidays to all of y'all, man. What's going on?
Yeah. Yo, listen, man. Listen, Bear was out. We took Bear out on our first tour, man.
I mean,
scandalize mine.
Yo, it was the best thing, running around, being with everybody together. It was like we never left home, though. You know what I'm saying? Snapping all day, it didn't matter. You know, just go on stage, get it over with. It was a beautiful thing, man. What up, T Money, man? What's going on? I ain't seen you since your party that you had, man. I haven't heard from you.
Oh yeah, my the T Money podcast joint did a event, did a launch.
Event launch.
In Brooklyn during the summer, man. It was really cool. And my man Bear came through, man. Thank you, Bear.
Yeah, come on, man. You know how to represent that, man. That's more important than Roosevelt Day. And I keep it 100.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? I'll see it next year. You know what I
Okay, no
mean?
pressure, brother. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you.
Word up. But what up, man? What's going on? Ultra Flatline, what up, man?
What's
I
going
gotta
on?
catch up with
Yeah.
you. I gotta catch up with you, man. So I gotta hear my record on the radio station, man.
Yeah, I don't analyze mine on the Hip Hop Gods channel. It just stays in rotation.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
I gotta get my pause button taped together, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm still old school, man. Word up.
Damn straight. Damn
But
straight.
yeah, I mean, I'm in the midst of doing a lot of things. You know, I'm working 7 days a week, like 2 jobs, so it's like real hectic for me. But it's time to pay them sacrifices now. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was back in the 80s with Don't Scandalize Mine, working at Taco Bell. I lead in, go to the studio, be at the studio, Ian London, matter of fact. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, recording at Ian London all night and then back to Taco Bell, opening,
Wow.
falling asleep on the boards, man. Yo, it's crazy. But those sacrifices have to be paid if this is what you're trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
Just don't scandalize my taco. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Oh no, that was back.
My taco, son.
Yeah, but that was back in the days, bro. They ain't there no more. I'm in the hospital now, taking care of your ass.
That's all good.
Yeah, you know. But other than that, man, yeah, just doing what needs to be done. You know, I'm trying to keep it on the DL, but I'm working on something. You know, trying to get something out there for the new year for everybody, all the fans that's been wondering where the hell this guy named Sugar Bear been at. You know, I mean, reading the comments on Facebook, you know, with the record is like overwhelming because it seemed like that the record it's still happening.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I be reaching out to these people that their comments are, you know, over the top with me. You know, they're keeping the record alive. And I wish I had the promotion and everything that's needed today, back in the days. But you know, hopefully, what we're trying to do for the new year, we got that whole package thing going on, so we can make some noise all over again.
Yo,
You know,
look,
I'm
I
ready.
want to tell Ultramax something, yo. Your page is entertaining to me on a regular basis. I just want you to know that.
Thank you, sir.
I repost some of your stuff. It's official. Just know that. You know,
Thank you,
keep
sir.
up the
I
good
appreciate
work.
that.
Keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work, buddy. Ultramax
Thank you.
in the building.
And
You know,
he
Jennifer,
stays.
where she go? Oh, there she goes. Jennifer, you leaving me again, man. What's going on? You hurt my feelings.
I'm here. I'm
I don't
here.
understand. Like, I don't understand. When I get on, you just leave. I don't know. Is it personal? I don't understand.
I thought it was me.
Absolutely not. It's Sugar Bear.
You
Well,
and
listen,
Richie
I
went on.
want to say salute to you guys, man. I mean, you guys doing this thing for 2 years. I mean, my show was only on for a year so far. I know how difficult it can be, you know, and see Doc, Jennifer, you know, Flatline. Salute to you too, brother. Flatline, Ultraman in the building. You know, keep up the good work, man. Keep it up, man. You know what I mean? Because 2024 is going to be crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, T. And we're looking forward to new episodes of your show as well. I mean, it's all great stuff, you know?
Yeah, we're working on getting a lot of the A-listers coming up for the new year, man. And you know, I can't wait to actually put that together. Plus, myself, Ed and Dre, you know, we're not going to be invisible this year. We're going to be doing some things as well. I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
We've been working on it for the last couple of years, but they're going to come to fruition in 2024. You know,
Nice.
That's good news.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I'm happy about it.
T.
Yeah, what up?
I told Casanova run too, so holler at him. I
I want you to do people that when I saw that on your page, I was like, oh, that's an ill interview because nobody think to interview him. You know what I mean? So I want to get him on my show, man. That'll be sick right there.
Yeah.
You know, I try to get stuff that's like so different. I'm kind of a B-side kind of guy, you know, like historically,
Hell yeah.
We all are.
like somebody constantly plays "Love Is a Message," but I don't want to hear that record. I want to hear this one.
Yeah,
That's
me
always
too.
been my deal. You know what I mean? Like I was always down with "Rebel Without a Pause." That was the beat side of it. You feel me?
I was looking for Sugar Band for 30 years, so I'm definitely a B-side.
Right.
Now, I found him. I can't get rid of him.
Oh, no, that was a good one. Bust your gun for the end of the year, boy. I'm coming. That was a good one. All right. Empty your gun, man, now, because I'm coming full throttle. Hey, look, little baby D.
This is Rocky.
That's
Rocco.
Rocco.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Rocco, what's cracking, kid?
Hey, wait,
What's cracking?
you guys, okay.
Rocco.
Everybody saying what's up.
How you doing, man? How you doing? Hi, Rocco.
Rocco.
Rockin' Rocco.
How you doing there, man? How's everything?
Doing good.
Good, brother. That's what I'm talking about.
I just print some papers that actually work.
How old are you, Rocco?
6. So 6.
You 6? Wow, that's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
This thing we talking about is at least 44 years older than you.
Yeah.
Right?
Crazy.
It's all good though.
Okay.
It's all good.
Rocco's a fan. He gets
He
that.
should be. But that's inspiring because for the next 44 years he'll transcend,
Yeah. Facts. All right.
Go get a drink.
All right, man.
You go get a drink.
Yep, he's going to get a drink. All right. Well, Steve, we look forward to more episodes of the podcast. Anytime you want to come back, give us updates, please do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I always enjoy. Listen. I'm being honest with you. I always enjoy coming on to your show. It's very entertaining, and I have familiarity because of people like Bear and Chuck or whatever, but it's entertaining yet and still, So salute to you guys. This is genuine. It's from here. You feel me?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And watch the Team Money podcast joint featuring Sierra Ross on YouTube. We're gonna have a different platform as well this year.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
See
Team
you
Money,
guys.
everybody.
Yeah, we're good. Peace, 2 fingers, man.
Peace, sir.
Later.
All right.
Sugar Bear.
Yeah.
Sugar
Yeah,
Bear.
what's going on? You holding on to that commissioner, JLJ.
Hey,
You holding on. Tight
what
to
she
death
did.
now, but she got the phone? Oh, don't tell me she got the red phone.
Nah, she got the.
Oh,
There she is.
are you kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah. So great.
where's the
Just like you.
Right?
Yeah.
Says the commissioner.
Oh, that's all right. When we gonna get an ultra?
Oh, there you go.
Nobody wants that.
Nobody want an ultra?
Nobody wants that.
That's like the gray beard shit.
Yeah.
Word. But what's been going on, y'all? I came on because I know at the end of the year, a lot of things been going on and everything. I just figured I'll chime in with y'all, see what's happening.
Yeah. What you gotta? Well, you kind of like put the hint out there. We got some stuff. You got some stuff coming, huh?
Well, yeah, I'm working on a little EP with some songs nobody heard yet. From '88. Working, yeah. So I'm trying to keep that '88 sound, that vibe, with that feel with what Sugar Bear was thinking about back then. So we trying to, put something together and release them. And
Finally,
yeah, so I'm trying not to spill the beans, but but it's basically that's what it is. I'm working on a project. I like 6 songs that people haven't heard, and during the time of Don't Scandalize Mine, I was preparing for an album.
Yeah.
So that's what we're about to do. Release these songs
Yes.
and
Yeah.
see, for the love of my fans, they did want to know where I was at, whatever. So I'm figuring that I could give them where my mind was at and all that. Each track is different. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you. But, thank you for that one. But hey, I'm for the other team. Yeah, no doubt. Word. But yeah, I figured I'd do something for the fans wondering where the hell I've been and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
it's a bright idea to come up with. Thanks to C-Doc and Chuck D, so
Thank you, man. Glad we can.
yeah. Oh no, I'm glad I had something in the stats. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I did.
Yep.
Word up.
Yep.
So, but other than that, man, I just watching the show, and I'm here, man. I could still use if I want to chime in later on or whatever. I could still use the link.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep. So
Word.
I'm sure we'll see you again, Bear.
Yeah, no doubt. I ain't doing nothing.
Sure
All right.
will.
Hey, I ain't got to go to work in the morning, but I got to be there in the afternoon, 3:45. So I got time to hang out. I got time to hang out with y'all. Y'all my team anyway. So
Fantastic.
Word up. All right.
All right.
So,
All right, man.
so I'm gonna let y'all chop it up and I'm watching the show, and then we'll take it from there.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Word up.
All
Sugar
right.
Bear out.
Peace.
Mhm.
All right. There we go. Strong Island in effect.
Yep.
Now she's been here for a while. I feel bad. We've kept the princess waiting.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
can't keep the princess waiting.
I know.
Oh.
Whack.
It's awful.
Yes,
That's horrible.
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the show, Princess Superstar.
Woo! Yeah, it's okay. Like you had Chuck D there. Like I'll wait. You know what I mean? And
Listen.
Sugar Bear. I mean, come on. These are legends. It's okay.
I hadn't seen Conchetta for 20 years, and it's twice in 1 year. This is twice in a month.
Right?
Very fortuitous. It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you too. Thanks
You
for coming
too.
in.
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping
Good
by.
to be seen.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, end of the year, Conchetta. 2023 highlights for you.
Okay. I got to tell you guys the craziest shit that is happening to me right now with my music. Okay. So, 17 years ago, I made a song called Perfect. It was produced by Mighty My, who did Bad Babysitter, Raucous, all that. Okay, just for people who are tuning in. Yeah. And anyways, it was a hip hop song, right? Somebody took the acapella, put it on top of like a club track and released it, and it became a massive hit 17 years ago called Perfect Exceeder, which was the name of the club hit. Okay. So that was like one of my biggest hits. It was like number 3 on the pop charts in the UK. Now, fast forward 17 years later, it's in this film, this very fucked up film called Saltburn.
Oh, last night.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a crazy film. So beware. If you're on holiday break with your parents or with children, do not watch this movie. Okay.
Okay.
Fucking hell. Okay. But anyways, in the party scene, that's my song.
Oh.
And that's the one that goes 1,
Oh.
2, 3, 4. Let me hear you scream. If you want some more, like that's me.
Oh my
Wow.
God. That's crazy.
Conchetta's blowing up.
It's the number 1 movie in the country on Amazon Prime.
Right. Right.
And right now I have 1 million monthly listeners on Spotify.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, right.
Holy crap.
You're destined.
2023.
You're destined to make like what, 30 cents.
Exactly.
Right? Yes.
Yo, I know y'all want to know how much I got paid for this film placement.
I am a little curious.
Everyone wants to know because like my TikTok's blowing up and everything's blowing up.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, hope you get that bag. Well, I got $2,000.
Oh.
So When Sugar Bear says he's going back to Taco Bell, so am I. So am I. Okay, I will be right. I will be your sous chef. Okay. You know, I've been rapping since the 90s, you know, and that's just how it goes. It's like, you know, up and down. Your money goes up and down, you know. Like
you got publishing on it, right?
Yeah, I'll get more than 2,000, but like it's not, you know, it's not like, and then the Spotify money is shit, as you guys know. So
trash.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm grateful. I'm grateful for anything. I mean, when you write a song 17 years ago and then it becomes popular again, like that's amazing. Yeah.
Hell yes. Especially if it keeps getting plays and you know the residuals. You'll be getting a little something.
I'll get a little something to supplement my Taco Bell income.
Yeah, and you might get some new fans out of it too. Right.
Actually, I am getting new fans. That is exactly what I'm getting. I'm getting new fans and people who have never heard me before. And so, yeah. Now, but the funny thing is that this song is not really indicative of my catalog at all.
Well,
there's
that.
Yeah, there is that. They're like, oh, wait, what? Make more songs like that. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah,
I don't know how. I don't know how it happened. Oh man. But I'm happy. I'm grateful. That was my big 2023 news that just happened like literally in the last couple weeks. Yeah.
Wow. That's dope.
Good for you.
Yeah, fantastic.
And if you were following her, she was also having viewing parties.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. And actually I'm going to be on TikTok live every day at 12 p.m. PST. And I'm like talking about this stuff and doing some songs live. Although tomorrow I can't really do it live because my daughter has a piano lesson in her room. So she told me, you're not going to sing Bad Babysitter while I have my piano lesson. Fine.
Whatever.
She runs the house.
Yeah, that's what
wow.
The sacrifices. Yeah.
The sacrifices, yeah. But I'll be there. Yeah. So that's been my fun year. And other than that, if you ask me about hip hop of this year, I don't know because I have a 12-year-old who runs the radio in the car. Okay, so I can tell you about Ice Spice, Pink Panther Us, Tyler the Creator, Sped Up. So do you know this thing? It's like the sped up thing. Okay. No. I'm gonna tell you what is happening to our youth. Okay. They cannot even listen to songs. They have to speed up. And so like there's sped up versions of songs. So it's like Tyler the Creator, but sped up. And like I'm like, I don't know. I think it's attention span. I don't know, but that's a thing on TikTok. So it's like people have their regular songs, but then you have to speed up, and like that's the version that will usually blow up. Like it's so weird. It is weird. So that's like
it's an Alvin and the Chipmunks kind of thing.
Yeah. Exactly. Nightcore. Exactly. Somebody in the chat. That's what it's called. It's called Nightcore.
So, yeah. It's like the opposite of DJ Screw.
Right. Yeah, we went from chopped and screwed to sped up.
Right.
Yeah, sped up. Like they don't have the attention span. They have to hear it all now, like in 2 seconds. It's so weird.
It's
so like,
weird.
Yeah, my head hurts. Like I've listened to no good music this year at all. So, well, I like Andre 3000's flute record, as you know.
See, I got the weird kid who bought what'd you buy today? Yeah, Davey. I took Davey record shopping to get him his last couple Christmas presents, and he bought Elvis and Jerry Lee Lewis. So,
oh, he's cool. How old is he?
He's 12.
Oh, he's. Oh, that's so cute. That's how good.
He is.
Tell him he's rizzed up.
You're rizzed up. I don't think he. Okay.
The other thing I learned is Gen Z slang. Okay, so like if you're rizzed up, that means like you're cool, you know.
Oh, that's a good thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I figured.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to in 2024?
Money. I'm manifesting.
Yeah,
no, I mean, well, I'm curious as to what, you know, if this thing leads to anything with the salt burn. Like I'm hoping that, you know, it's gonna sort of like inject something into my career. And I am working on new music, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah.
Nice.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah, you know who we got?
Mighty Mike gonna do any tracks?
Who?
Is Mighty Mike gonna do any tracks?
I don't think so, because we got into a little fight on Twitter.
Oh my god.
Because basically I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm sort of like Pete Rock, you know, and he doesn't like that stuff. He doesn't.
Oh.
Mighty Mai is as like woke as it gets. Sorry.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
Well, we got Ultra Mag back on the mic, so you know, if you want a guest spot.
I would love to do something again with, you know, you're a great rapper, Ultra Mag.
Yeah,
Well, oh my God, you called me by my.
I know.
You
I
didn't call me by my real
Aaron.
name. Well, thank you, Conchetta. Thank you.
Yes, I would love to do something with you again. That'd be awesome.
Well, C-Doc put the battery in my back, and I'm dusting off that pen. You know.
Yeah, good.
So
Dust
far,
off
so
the
good.
pad. Let's do
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that would be dope.
Oh boy, here we
There
go.
we go.
Yep.
That'll be the song that I wanted to do originally 25 years ago.
Yeah, come on. What about cool. Keith, he put out Black Elvis too, didn't he, this year? That was
Yeah, he
from
did.
1999. 1999. He was the last one. So hey, you're right on time. Who's got a bird?
That'd be Jennifer.
Jennifer, I have a bird. I have 2 birds too. You have
What?
2 birds?
Whoa.
Yes. I
Oh
have
my
2
gosh.
birds. I have an African gray and I have a white-bellied kite.
Oh, so cute. I have 2 parakeets.
Yeah, I got the big ones. I
You know,
got the big guys.
this hip hop show has now become 2 white old ladies talking about birds.
Oh Lord.
Why not? You know? Why not?
That's what we do.
And I
That's what we do.
have noise canceling headphones, so I
Yeah,
had
they're
no
loud.
idea that they were being obnoxious.
They're
Oh, yeah.
loud. My birds are sleeping. Otherwise, they'd be like, it's
Oh,
so
listen,
annoying.
but we don't want to hear the African gray. We don't want. She is what is it? She is not PG-13.
Oh, really? Oh, she curses? Oh,
Her
my
favorite
God.
thing in the world. What the fuck?
Ah!
On a constant basis.
Oh.
That's amazing.
On a constant.
We totally want that on the show.
I want to hear that.
Yeah.
You guys know I used to have a cockatiel, right? And I trained this bird to do the beat nuts watch out now. Okay. It would go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That was the best.
Amazing.
2023. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
we don't want to hear her.
Great stuff.
And I'm so glad that she can't hear anything that's going on. Otherwise, I would hear in Daddy-O's voice like daily. It's C-Doc again. And no, thank you.
That'd be
Nope.
great.
I'm good.
That'd be
I'm
great.
good.
You should sample that.
Yeah, exactly. You need to get video of that, and that'll be the new intro for season 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Ashley being and then
And
going,
then my
what the
bird.
fuck?
Yes.
And then my bird doing the beat nuts.
Yes. See? I love everything about this. Yeah.
See? We got some here.
Right? Season 3.
Oh God. This is fun.
Yeah. Yep. Well, look, we're looking forward to new music. Can't wait.
Yeah, totally. So
Yep.
follow me on @Princess Superstar on Instagram or @The Real Princess Superstar on the Talk.
There it is. All right.
On the top.
The Talk. I just made that up, by the way. It's not a thing. I'm sure my 12-year-old would be like, "That's cringe, Mom."
Yeah. Well, hope she has a great piano lesson tomorrow. And,
Okay, thank you. And yeah, they might hear bad babysitter through the wall, but that's
fingers
okay.
crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. But,
Well, thanks for having me, you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming through again, Kajetta.
Of course.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Please come back. Please come back when the new music is done. Give us the update.
I so will. All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, Kajetta.
You guys gotta warn me when the birds are being obnoxious.
Oh,
Because I didn't even hear them.
Oh yeah, I didn't know you couldn't hear.
Yeah.
Nope. Did not hear them.
Couldn't hear the
at
chaos.
all.
Yeah.
Like that.
I can now.
Okay. There you go. Well, we're gonna take it to the future shock with the tech specialist in the house.
Oh, snap.
Yes. AKA to the Ag Fruit Front members. I guess I'm not supposed to say that, but I said it anyway. All right, anyway. Spin forth. And damage. Dr. Rachmaninoff. What's up, fellas?
It's Kabibble. Rachmaninoff.
Ish Kabibble.
Dr. Rachmaninoff.
Spin, you are muted.
Yep.
I know I'm slow. I've been a little.
There you go.
That's all right.
Been in the bed all day, like literally. Hold on.
You all right?
Yeah. I'm good.
Oh, okay. You just having a good day.
Well, thanks ever so much for sharing.
I'm slow today, man.
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, here we go. That's better.
How are things? How are things with you guys?
Everything's awesome, bro. Everything is looking great for 2024, and I'm really excited.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Yep.
How about you guys? I mean, this has been a phenomenal year for you.
It's been something, huh?
Yeah, for sure. You guys have had some incredible guests. Celebrated hip hop's 50th.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, we had episode 100 this year.
Yeah. Episode 100. That's monumental.
That's a crazy milestone to hit, especially doing this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Podcasting and doing shows like, I commend you guys. You guys hold it down because I look up, I'm like, Jennifer was like, yeah, we're gonna have beat miners and blah 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 on. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna catch that. Yeah, I want to see that. Yeah, oh my god, beat miners. And then the next day, I'm like, damn, did I miss the beat miners? Like, what the fuck was I doing? Like, I literally be like, yo, the next day I'll be like, what was I doing, man?
So
I'm like, you guys got it organized.
It's like
it happens.
Trip down memory lane for hip hop for sure.
Yeah, well, that's the idea, you know. That's the idea.
So make sure we don't run out of guests.
Yeah, that's the trick.
Until you guys hit King Tim III, but you know.
No, I'm telling you who I want to see. Percy P. I feel like he's one of the most slept on rappers of all time.
We had Percy.
He was already on the show.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta go find that.
Yeah. And yes, Ben, I totally agree with you. He's one of the most slept on rappers of all time.
When he started rapping, it's like, yo, I'm like, what are people like? What? Percy P is crazy. Like, he's always been crazy.
Yeah. That's the one when Flatbread lost his mind.
Yeah.
Every time.
I knew you were going to bring that up. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care.
Every time.
In case you didn't know, Flatline's name has been changed to Flatbread.
The Flatbread.
Thanks to my 6-year-old.
It's not right.
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Oh, it was Rocco? I thought it was Davey.
No, it was Rocco.
Rocco came up with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's totally a Rocco thing. Yeah.
Flatbread.
And he said it with such confidence too. He was like, yeah, it'll be Jenny, it'll be Flatbread. And we were like, wait, what? It was great. You would have appreciated it. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So give us the update. What's going on in 2024?
Well, lots of cool things are in the Yag Fu sphere for 2024. Some new releases. some new music. I've been in the lab making remixes and stuff. Spins just released his collaboration with 12 Dot, which is fire. If you guys haven't heard it, you should go check it out. It's on all streaming platforms. More cool stuff. The 30th anniversary of Action Packed Adventure.
Yep.
Crazy.
That's about to drop.
Yeah. I might seem a little down, but I'm a little under the weather, but I'm totally excited.
No, they just figured you were chill. That's all. You know?
Nah. I never chill. All the energy is just bubbling under the surface. It's really exploding all the time, if necessary.
Yep. Totally understand. Totally understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You guys understand.
I know. See, I don't know if Ultra Mag. I sent it. Did you listen to the Reverse the Polarity?
Yeah.
When does that come out?
It's out.
Oh, it's out now?
Yeah, it's out.
Okay.
So me, myself, guys, what's going on is, like, I got this album I've been working on for years, right? And pretty much all the production is by Damage and me. Like, that's kind of like the closest thing. I really wanted to do something where it was just, as much as the crew as possible without it. Because it won't actually be a full Yafu album, but you'll be able to feel it. You'll feel the Yafu energy, because Damage on the tracks, and then with me, it kind of goes there. So I felt like I've been sitting on it, but I've been making so much music that it was like I wanted to compartmentalize it and get everything out that I did with other producers or other people, and it just be us two on this project. You see what I'm saying? Because when you play all the stuff I got and you listen to stuff with him on it, it's just a different vibe completely. Like, the vibe is different. It feels more organic. It's hard to explain. You know what I mean? Right. So it's like going and getting store-bought vegetables and then going to the garden and picking your vegetables. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Put in your meal. That's what it's like. Is that difference? So it's like, okay, that's what we're gonna do. So I'm trying to get that like to ground. And it's just like I stay like way busier and I got time for that's one of my New Year's resolutions, to organize my time better, because it's terrible. But I got a joint I did with Joe City. Y'all know Joe City. Got a whole album called Spin City with him. And it's just like 6 tracks, but it's just real cool stuff. And me and my man L is a guy that go way back with us for a while, with just Yafu in general. It's a dude we've been on since college, like one of my best friends. And he started sitting in his car making beats. I actually Damage put us on to Koala.
Yes.
Making beats. And he was like, yo, I could use this, while I'm waiting for my son in the carpool. So he started sitting in the carpool, and he's always been nice on the beats. But this is the first time he was like, I'm going to do something like my iPad or whatever, because he's like me, an ASR MPC guy. But he started making some ill tracks, right? Crazy joints with Koala. He was like, okay, yeah, this is it. I could do this in the 45 minutes I'm seeing here. I could bang out tracks. Right. So we ended up putting this project together, which doesn't have a name, but all the songs are finished. So I'm trying to figure out why we can't come up with a name for the project. And I've been talking with guys that's been, dropping records and dropping stuff on the internet for years, right? And one of the guys I talked to, he's like old school hip hop guy. And he was like, bro, it's like a repository. Get your stuff out. Why is it sitting on hard drives in your crib? Like, put it together, put it out, do something with it. So I ended up just coming out with these little projects. And then it's another one coming called Those Hobos, which is me and this guy named Esau, the anti-MC. A lot of y'all.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, I mean, we all been friends for years and years. So he was trying to convince me to do this like 6 or 7 years ago. Yo, let's do the Those Hobos. He talked about it for a long time. And when I finally got my mind right, where I was like, wait a minute, my raps is not as bad as I thought they was. Let me get out here and start working, you know what I'm saying, on it. So we've been working on that for a minute. And it's a whole different vibe of anything else because it's just fun. It's just some fun, whatever, some grown men fun rap stuff. But the actually the 12 Dot thing came out of that because 12 Dot lives, he's a guy we know for a minute also. And he lives out where Fat Boy does, and he just kind of was like, hey, I ran into 12 and he sent these beats, if y'all heard the project, the beats are crazy. Like I love that he does the boom bap drums, and over the top of it just sounds like weird, just space. He's a Whovian. If you don't know what a Whovian is, he a Doctor Who fan, which I am too. But he's a Whovian. He's a true Whovian. And he was sending me these beats with all these ill sci-fi samples and obscure ass strings from obscure 1980s sci-fi shows in Europe. Like I was like, dude, I gotta rap over this. Like we have to rap over this. So, but I know C-Doc's heard it. Ultra Mac, I should have sent you a link to get it. If not, I'll send you another one.
That
Please do.
That album is so dope, man.
It's fun, really, man. It's just beats and rhyming on some. You'll get it when you get the title. When by the time you finish with it, it's only like 6 songs I'm rapping on, but it's like 11 in general. They beats and little skits and stuff. Because I'm old school, so you gotta have the skits in there. Of course. But the whole it's got a whole idea behind it. Check it out. It's dope.
Yeah, it's great. Good stuff.
Yeah, make sure y'all check out that project. Both of those projects, both projects that he's talking about. The one that's out now and the one that's upcoming, because they're really dope.
Yeah.
As for me, I just want to do more production. I want to do more production for more people. For a long time, I only was like, I'm only doing it for Yag Crew. And what else? Most recently, I've delved into the whole archive of jazz that was released in January. It's taken me a long time because it's like mad gigabytes. And but I've been solely using that for my sampling work instead of, usually I go pretty deep. But I've been solely using all of that public domain stuff, just simply trying to find little bits and bytes and pieces that are in the National Archive that I can use. And then basically I started remixing on Action Packed Adventure and also remixing songs recently. I decided I was going to try to apply that same technique to, since we have AI and stuff, I've been able to do a lot of separations that are pretty clean with some of the older hip hop songs that I really love. So I wanted to do remixes of stuff from back then. And I recently remixed Unbelievable by Biggie, and it's fire.
Wow.
Instant fire. So and of course, with Yahoo Front, the tech specialists, they're coming out really soon. I got, we have some new music material that we're working on with Yahoo Front, and everything is actually, I'm pretty excited. Going into hip hop's 50th this year, I was a little hesitant because I didn't know if we were gonna have anything like quite ready to, participate or, even, drop stuff at that time. But we were able to drop stuff and we made some releases, and I'm really excited for the part that's coming up this year with our 30th anniversary as well. So everything's looking good. I'm mad excited. I just wish I could have a little more for the end of the year for the
It's all good.
Y'all had us on several times this year. We appreciate it.
Yeah. No, thank you for coming through.
Guests. Oh yeah, this is the show everybody knows. Everybody knows about C-Dot, Ultra Mag, Flatline, and the Commissioner. Everybody knows.
Gotta represent. Right?
If you in,
Yep.
So we gotta represent.
Yeah.
Always.
Nah, it's dope that you mentioned Esau because he had that joint I Hate. It was just that record is so crazy, man.
Right.
That record is so crazy. The album's dope, but that was my joint. And then you guys are on Too Many MCs.
Yeah, Too Many MCs.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I produced a couple of joints on that too. I think.
You did. Yeah.
Blinded. Yeah. I had to think about it. That was one of my favorite beats.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go back. I haven't listened to that album in a while, but
yeah, man, that was a shock to say the least.
Yeah, it's funny if I don't know if any of you guys are anybody listening or checked out Esau the Anti-MC. But he is called Esau the Anti-MC for a reason. You gotta go listen to it because at first you're like, what's going on? And then after you keep listening, you're like, oh, I get it. You'll get it.
Yep. Yes, indeed. So yeah, because I think I found his record because of you guys. Yeah, because of the Yag Fu connection. And then it was kind of like, wait, what is this? What is going on? So many words.
Yeah, it fits into the repertoire of what we were. It kind of, what, and we think back about it. I know I do. It's a lot of guys that we're dealing with, and we always seem to attract what on the surface would look like regular hip hop. But once you dug into it, it would be like, wait a minute, what are these guys talking about? Like, we attracted those guys because there were all these guys who, it's funny, these guys who are like, you meet them and they seem like real, like hardcore street dudes. You know what I'm saying? Dudes like in and out of jail and stuff, like and then they come to the studio or they come to the spot and you realize they were like these intellectual dudes. They're smart men. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they doing what they do because that's what they know how to do. But they were actually smart. And once they got around us and they realized that, oh, these guys they don't mind being nerds. Like we didn't mind being nerds. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And then all of
We
a sudden,
opened so many doors for people who had no business rapping at all whatsoever. They were like, those guys are doing it. If they can do it, we can do it.
For real though, for real.
Words, lots of words.
I mean, man, it's funny, man. Some of these guys, you would see them and be like, oh, that's a scary looking dude. They open his mouth, you'd be like, what? Incredible. And it's like, what are you doing? In the streets, yo. In the streets.
But you guys are doing it. You guys can do it. Who are you guys? You guys know it. I'm just joking. No, hey, don't nobody take no offense. I was just making a joke. Somebody might take it personal. God, is he talking about me? No, I made that totally up. Yeah, that was made up. It had a ring of truth to it, but I don't know anybody.
Of course.
But yeah, for sure. It's definitely Esau was really one of those people who surprised us with turning the corner with some really innovative ideas and concepts. You have to admit that we definitely feel like, at least in the crew, that hip hop needs that spectrum, man. You can't just have one sided. It's all this way, and for a long time it tried to go that way. It might have gone Afrocentric, it might have gone gangster, it might have gone like Tribe Called Quest style, and then you have a bunch of hangers on. You got Jay-Z, you got a bunch of people who emulated Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, a bunch of people who emulated Lil Wayne. But it's all like a big old melting pot at the end of the day, because that begat other artists or whatever like that. But it's interesting to see how everything developed through people wanting to just express themselves in a different way, and how received out there is incredible, because at one time it probably it was people who didn't want to have a space for like Esau or even the Yag Fu Front at one point. So I think hip hop after 50 years, Yag Fu Front and you guys, we've all like grown even in this past year, just reflecting on all the stuff that hip hop has come to be. That's been a real cool aspect of it that I really like about this year. And I think Chuck said it best, like 51. Where are we going next year? And
right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right. Yeah, 50 was cool, but 51, man.
Hey, listen. I remember when KRS-One said, "Hey, it's not even 50 years old. Now it is."
Right. Yeah, real talk. I think you just touched on something super dope though, because I'm starting to see like the corner being turned now, where people are like, this is the first time I've seen since the 90s that majority of people I'm seeing is going bars, lyrics. Did you hear what he said? Lyrics. You hear what that guy said? The bars. Like people are on a major scale are going back to, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right? What are you saying? And it's crazy to watch this thing. I know y'all see it. You watch this thing where one, there's this big thing going on online about industry plants. Like people are saying, oh, that person's an industry plant.
Yeah.
Like the music that they're doing, they plan it. This is fake. They just put them there to lead us this way. Like that's wild to me to see like regular people saying that now about what's considered mainstream hip hop.
Right.
Because it lets you know that people are suspicious about, the internet is dope, man. There's so many people out here. Like for instance, yesterday I was dropping my nephew off. He lives like 45 minutes away, so for like an hour and a half drive. And man, I was rocking Homeboy Sandman's new album. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, yo, you hear him and you're like, there's nothing. Like right when you think somebody's doing something that you've heard that everybody's done it all. I listened to that album and was like, yo, right? Elzai's last project, which was crazy. Like, I don't know if y'all heard that. He got the song Bishop. Yo, listen to Elzai's last project, that track Bishop. He spits the movie Juice from Bishop's perspective. Yo, like what? And I'm listening to it like, damn, right? Like that idea to just go, yo, I could do this. Everybody knows this movie. Everybody, I'm gonna spit this like this. And I realized that people are, segregating and going into their little holes of hip hop and then coming back in the middle going, listen to this, listen to that, listen to this. I hadn't seen that in a long time, man. It's usually everybody's like, you don't listen to this dude, she whack. I don't listen to this person. Like, what? Why?
Right.
So I think the 50 years of hip hop whole movement this year really opened some doors for a lot of different, for the actual identity of hip hop itself. Like, well, what is this? I've been seeing more people pass around videos of like beatbox battles. Like I watched the beatbox world championship in Russia from a couple of years ago. I didn't even know that happened. Like I know beatboxing is competition now, but I didn't know that it's 20,000 people in an arena watching these dudes beatbox.
That's where I thought. See, hip hop did, elevate to where I thought it would be. It's just in other countries, and the corporate hip hop kind of keeps us blocked from it because we got the radio stations that don't even do what we expected to happen in the 90s and 2000s with our music, which is kind of graduated into the soft rock era. Like we need more radio stations that will play like 90s hip hop, and because of those things, they stifled a lot of that because of some of the concepts of unity and togetherness that it brought about in my mind, because it just couldn't push it couldn't push the lever up.
Yeah.
But that's not true. The people are craving for it now. Even young kids probably gravitate towards it. It's amazing how if you play some of that old music for them, they're unsure of when it was produced first. They don't automatically say it's old. But those who do have the concept that is old, I believe it's been marketed to, because those who don't have the experience for it gravitate toward it instantly. So that's my take on it. Oh, before we go, because I know you guys got other guests, because there's so many people listening. Look, is there anything you guys want to know about AI today? I know the last time we had a conversation, we had a long, drawn-out one. But since then, I'm pretty sure you've had your own experience with AI since then. What are your thoughts to this day?
I've been using the music separation thing because that's really interesting to me.
Right.
Man, it opens up a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, man. It is. And some of the transitioning from image to video is amazing right now.
Yeah.
And nobody's on Yahoo Front's page. We did a AI version of almost a cartoon version of Spin Song What You Need on Tech Specialist album that's coming out, and that came out phenomenal. So with a little bit of creativity, there's so many things you can do to apply it with the skills you already have, man. Like we ought to see some incredible stuff coming for 2024.
Yep.
Yeah, you changed my mind on that. Damn it, you You got me thinking, brother.
Yo,
I
it's
mean,
tools out here, man. Tools
man,
out here.
listen,
Yo,
we gotta use the tools. We had
Yeah.
Serato, sampling. Understand this, before that it was dub plates. You know what I'm saying? People scratching back and forth. We gotta embrace this new technology because hip hop brings about changes in technology.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching people run around scared of it. It's not. I don't get scared of it. It's nothing to be scared of. I work in technology. I see it. It's not gonna. First of all these people I'm watching, all these people predict what's gonna happen next. They're wrong. They're wrong. It's gonna, as people embrace it, it goes the direction of where we want it to go, and that's really the thing. Corporations and companies, they try to force things down your throat, but really with technology, it's what we do with it ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, me and Damage, especially Damage, like Damage has had every version of almost everything and every piece of hardware, software, phones and tablets and computers. He's had this stuff, and he's always been right ahead of everybody else.
Crazy.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
unless
saying?
it's Huawei or TCL or something like that, Oppo, anything I can't get here.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's crazy to watch it because it's we don't. Everything they try to run on us is like fear-based, like you better do this or you're gonna lose your job or you're gonna do this or that. And it's like, no, use it to your advantage. Like you gotta use this stuff to your advantage. That's what it's really there for. That's what the real value of it is using it to your advantage, not it replacing you. That's silly. You know what I'm saying? Innovation is innovation, right?
Yep.
You just move to the next level with the help of this tool right here. It's like telling people, oh man, they invented the electric drill. So now all them people that make holes in rocks, stay out of a job. Like that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous way to think, but that's how it gets presented to people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, no, I think because I mean, even I use this stuff at work. I've even been using some stuff like I'm gonna tell y'all something real fun to do. Not just beats and music. Go get your favorite scenes from some movies and run them through AI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just a hint. I'm gonna give you a hint of what
Okay.
you can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. Yeah. Okay.
See what you can find.
Yeah. All right.
Or hey, look, there's tons of tools. There's the MIDI tools that you can just go and extrapolate different. There's a tool online. You probably have to Google it because it doesn't come to my mind instantly. But there's a tool online where you can feed in a snippet of music, and it'll take out everything and put it in the MIDI. That's number one. Number two, it'll change every instrument in it to something different. Number three, it'll interpret what you put in and change all the instrumentation around and change it into a brand new thing. All three of those things. Yeah,
Wow.
and it is.
Oh my God.
Now, if you're familiar with stripping AIs and using AI to strip different songs, then you're gonna go, okay, but I know it's gonna have those pops and sibilants that we were talking about, C-Dot and Spin. We both were talking about that. But I mean, it's there now. If you go and strip it or do lo-fi, or you take out all the high marks or high frequencies out of it, it will sound like something better than a 1940s, 30s to 40s recording. And I'm just saying that, yeah. And so that's pretty accurate in terms of how I'm describing it for you guys. That has made me change my ideas of what I want to do with sampling, because now it's more I can direct the sound in a different way, almost to even where it would before it was I could play a sound out or use a artificial sound or take a sample and play a sound. Now it's graduated toward I can take a sound, reinterpolate it, and then also make it have an era, make it have a sound that's almost unique to the era. Recordings have changed for so many years. Now, how we use it is going to strip away as we have more and more people who have less and less to work with creatively, or to actually, imagine what to do with it. We're going to lose a whole generation of people who are just going to have it done for them until somebody else wants to do a whole new layer. So that's the thing that we can't really pass on, especially about hip hop, is that, hey, there's a lot lost in how did you get there? So you know, I hope that maybe we could, you know, people like Rmtic, people who have schools, or the even KRS-One, where people have different interpretations of some of the programs that are being run. I wish we could somehow get some type of general consensus so that some of the scientific things about hip hop could be explored. Because if people like these hip hop legends don't get together and put money into funding about discovering how, you know, kids and how it affects kids and things like that, who do you think does the funding for things like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who pays for this? Who lobbies for things like that? These are things that should be studied. The not in the negative effects, but the positive effects, and in both ways and aspects should probably be a part of how you legitimize what hip hop truly is, which is a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah,
it's one that's rarely studied. It's one that isn't, you know, lauded. You know, the research, you know, it's incomplete. You know. So those are things I would like to see in 2024. I'd like to see us go back, reach back, look at some of these things and see where we're going forward by documenting and historicalizing everything.
Yeah, we got 50 years of research that just needs to be categorized.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It needs to, we got 50 years of that. We can categorize and someone can go and we can do studies. Hell, we got data analytic tools, speaking of AI, and we can go, hey, you know what I'm saying? Well, what did this do? What was the effect on culture with this? What was the effect on fashion with this? What was the effect on, you know what I mean? What was the effects on laws? Right? And we have laws and different things that, like,
think about pants sagging, bro. Like, think about all of the different things that we've kind of like just glossed over in terms of the monumental ways it could have affected, you know, or the outcomes of people's lives in terms of hip hop. That's what I would like to see in the future. But look, I know, hey, I'll be the one to close it out because I know everybody loves it. Let's go. You gotta get these other people on here.
Yep. All right, thank you guys.
Please bring on the next guest because he's been sitting there this whole time going.
Oh, yeah. You guys know this guy, ladies and gentlemen, from the Lynch Mob, JD.
Oh yeah.
Peace.
Take it to the west side.
Man. I'm shaking my head. I'm in awe. Damn it, you know what? Very articulate, eloquent. You made it simplified. I've never been afraid of AI, but the way you expand just broke it down. It's not to replace me. It's to enhance what I already know.
That's right.
I like how you guys broke it down. Well, there's only one thing out of everything that I heard that just makes me like fearful, is that every artist that was ever creative in his own work can actually be replaced, can actually have all of his music replaced, every sound of his own creation replaced, every form and fashion of his shit, a revision of it, another copy of it, to the point that it doesn't exist. And so originality is threatened. And I hear that. And so not to judge anybody because I see so many other benefits from it because I just started exploring it off the heels of listening to Chuckified. You know, and Chuckified gave me some ideas. And so when I listened to So Chuckified, I explored those ideas. And I was like, you know what? Damn with being afraid. I ran a program through Chat GPT. I wanted to create a t-shirt business, hypothetically, $10,000 a month. I wanted the e-commerce. I wanted to know how to push it, keep up with trends, et cetera, et cetera. And while I was asking Chat GPT these questions, my plan came out. I was like, yo, this is deep. This deep. And so with the right money behind it, this can actually happen. And so there is no fear in actually pulling that off.
Right.
Then we get over here to the JD who makes music and can't make nothing but a 16th of a penny off his record. You know, every time he busts his ass to put it out. And somebody said, well, I could come along with this greater idea, take your lyrics, your sound, your music, and recreate them to a degree where they're no longer yours. However, it's just a phrase or a question being rephrased. You know what I'm saying? Like a D asks you the same question 4 ways. You just took my song and made 4 versions of it.
All right, look, let me tell you something that might be interesting to you and make you look at it a different way. Spins known me for years. There's a certain way that I draw. there's a certain way that I draw that kind of maybe is like a cross between anime and like, you know, a cartoon sketch. The best way people usually refer to it, Spain, you told me if I'm right, like a Boondocks kind of style.
Right.
That's the style I had the whole time. Okay, so to address that fact, then there was the question of people having art, right? Online, and the AI using the art to kind of draw in what it is that you want to do. If you aren't creative and you want to come up with an image. So somebody uses someone else's art and image and style, the AI takes it apart, recreates it, and turns it into a style that's inspired by the person who actually drew it. Then it got to a point where it said, well, no, you can actually do it on your own computer. So I fed my AI my drawings. So when it started coming back out with my drawings, I began to see that it didn't quite do exactly what it was that I wanted. So I fed back in my inspirations, the artists that were inspiring to me. And then it started looking like my drawings. How much of this is you taking from other people, interpreting it, mashing it together, and then putting out your own version was my idea in hip hop. Right. How many people did I listen to the Funky 4+1? How many DJs did I listen to when I was a kid? When nobody in my city, I was in North Carolina, they were like, man, hip hop, whatever. Like that's the way the response was to me back when I was getting started. Right. How much did I take? You know, like you know what I'm saying? All together now, like it's all inside my head. And even with the drum kicks and the snares of Q-Tip hitting double tap, or even the mash of the Lynch Mob, bro, like the sound that I heard in the Lynch Mob, Chuck D voice, here we go again. All of this stuff it's not trackable. There's no way you're gonna be able to go in there and be like, you know what? I know exactly where you got, unless you have the familiarity, unless you have the experience in hip hop to go, hey, I know where that reference is from, or I know where you got that style of cadence. That's from this. Am I biting? I don't know. Am I literally trying to, you know, usurp something from somebody else? I'm not too sure. I literally am trying to pay homage to the belief that these bits and pieces of art flow through me, and I'm trying to regurgitate it out. Now, can AI do that? Yes. Does it have soul? No. When you combine AI with soul, you reinvigorate what it was you were starting to do with, because all it's doing is helping you to reorganize those exact same thoughts that got you there in the first place.
I'm sorry. I'm along the lines with Damage, because I realized that for what I do as a daytime job, I use these tools. Like I use them in a way with IT. And all it does is help us crunch down stuff that used to take us weeks to figure out. We could figure out in a couple of days. But I realized when it comes to music, it's like the conclusion I came to was similar to Damage, was that hip hop, what you're talking about, hip hop was already doing that, right? Think about all these artists who wouldn't be themselves if they didn't have 10 years of listening to everything. Like I know me, myself, everything that I do, my beats and everything, they come from the year 1981 to the year 1998, right? Like almost everything I do, I picked up in that era. Like the way I like to write, the way I like to make beats, the type of music I like to listen to. I mean, you know, growing up with my father playing Earth, Wind, and Fire and stuff and all that was a mind blow to me when all of a sudden I'm hearing people sampling these songs that I grew up listening to. Just sucked me into hip hop. But then I realized that what my son listens to and the kind of music like he makes is an amalgamation of him listening to me play 90s hip hop, 70s and then he like drum and bass, like old school drum and bass and dubstep. And then he went into that. Skrillex is one of his favorite artists, and then he went that direction. Now the music he makes sounds like that, but it doesn't sound like that individually. It sounds like his amalgamation of that.
Everything he brought to the table to bring that sound out. I get it. And And just to hear you say that you use it in the capacity at work to crunch things, you know what I'm saying, to make things and simplify things that would take a week to, you know what I'm saying, to solve. I get it. And Damage made a great point. I mean, if I'm inspired by this and I can extract from this and extrapolate from this what it is that I want this to sound like, then yeah, Ultramag, JD, Flatline, all you motherfuckers may have been inspirations to create this one sound that I'm chasing and creating. I just don't want the artists who bust their asses and now that they can't make anything, they can't make hardly anything, now completely be replaced.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
I would hope not. I would say that I say that for what might be replaced is the quickness part about it, the quick trip part about it.
Let's say we develop another software program through AI that can actually replicate the voice, you know what I'm saying, to like 99.some%. You know what I'm saying? And now we just type in what this rap is, what we want them to say. I don't want to rap no more. I don't want to do music anymore. I'm Scarface. I'm pissed off at the industry. I'm just going to do my old music and tour. Well, we want to do a new album on Scarface. So we just create this AI program that creates all new Scarface music based off what we want it to be. And now here it is. Here's the new album of Face.
I agree. I agree. I'm just interested to see apply to humans who want it. For example, you might see around on the internet, hey, make music with AI. Yeah, it sounds amateur. Regardless of the situation, I haven't found anybody who was like, wow, this is really good music. So the thing about this is everybody's going to get marketed to. Everybody got a dream. Everybody, our generation, we had to pay for, we had to pay for these machines. Their generation came up where they had Fruity Loops. They downloaded on the internet. It was free. Every single kit, every snare, every sample, everything. So they got a free pass. Now, what I'm saying is now they have doubled back to make their way of doing things in art. Oh, I'm really good on Fruity Loops. I can make a beat this fast. I can make this type of beat. I can do all these type of beats, type beats. Right? Then you got a generation behind them that they're going, oh, now all they're going to do is they're just going to use AI. So that's 3 generations removed from my generation where every generation behind it, right behind me was, oh, they're using Serato. That's not real. Right. But let's look at how the creativity manifested. Let's go back to Serato. So when we got Serato, did that happen? Not necessarily. In fact, really actually enabled people like, I think of like Lord Jazz's daughter, who was from Lord's Underground, phenomenal DJ. And so I'm like, how far back could she have had records or had that opportunity to go back from the beginning if Serato wasn't created? That's one way of looking at it. All right. So then, how far would we have gone with a studio band if the sampler wasn't created? How far would we have gone with hip hop as an Afrocentric base if we didn't have Rico Suave? Now, I don't agree with Rico Suave. However, but I don't know if anybody got that. But Gerardo definitely had an effect. You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like you got it. So historically, as people begin, their hip hop is feeling itself. It's cracking its egg, it's sticking its wet wings out, and it's trying to flutter about. And then it starts to fly. It flies with Puff Daddy, and really actually came back around to where kids today use the internet, and first with Soulja Boy. And ringtones and the internet, and then all the way to today with SoundCloud and kids making stuff and beats with a blue microphone. All these things are the exact same thing. They were all met with a version. They're all like, oh, now this is going to change the game. Oh, this ain't real. This ain't authentic. Yet, one thing is permeated is just young people making big money from being innovative and using the technology at hand to create something that the world responds to. So, I get it.
I mean, with the way you break that down, and just if you as a person individually, like speaking for myself generally, can accept what you just said through an explanation like that, it would be an incentive to jump on board, to learn as much as you can, to incorporate this into your day-to-day life, to see like, you know what, he just gave you 4 examples of how evolution took place, you know what I'm saying, through hip hop. And we're just at another part. I mean, from the SB 1200 to, like you said, Fruity Loops and any other beat you could create. We all had to start from scratch. Now here it is. It's simplified to the point that I don't have to work for it. I don't have to do anything but follow this program right here and let it do it for me. You know what I'm saying?
I think JD, I think what you're saying, I believe what you're saying is going to become a genre within itself. I believe that we're going to see AI music in general, and I'll whittle it down to hip hop. I believe we're going to start seeing people that, hey, this person isn't real. This isn't the real Drake. This isn't the real JD. This is my interpretation of JD. The album is called this out of my imagination. I think in the next year or so, we're going to see whole channels like that online. I think we're going to see that because the trend of what people will accept and what the kids are looking for is out there. My daughter, she's like real heavy in the anime. And she put me on to Hanusi Mikos or something, the girl is called. But in Japan, there's a whole holographic artist that goes around and they do these whole concerts with hundreds of thousands of kids in them, watching a hologram on stage. All the songs are like, of course, they're not complete AI singing the songs. You know, they have artists that they hire to do. But the whole idea of this person is, guess what? This person is a hologram. They don't really exist. And here's their whole backstory. And this is their fake life. And they put websites and they have things where you're following this hologram. Right? And and the kids are going crazy. And like they're like, yeah, she's coming to Raleigh next year sometime. And they already sold out of tickets.
And so do you hear the distortion of what's real and what is bullshit and how we have just succumbed? Right. We have succumbed. We have succumbed to, and I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean,
we had this. We had it in Punch and Judy, bro. This has been going on for centuries now.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that it's our interpretation that's going to change how it is. Everybody's going to have a version to it. It's brain this technology. It makes you check your morals. It makes you wonder, is it the devil? You know what I'm saying? I'm pointing in my direction. Sometimes I wonder about all of this advancement in technology and where it's going to take humanity. I just want to say though, but that would mean that what you do with AI equates to what an artist can do. Nobody ever saying that, bro. Look, nobody's equating. Now you're gonna have people who don't work as hard. You don't know if we just look at the AI, the result, then we're not gonna know what it took to get there behind the scenes. You could do that just grinding. The same that you could say about this holographic star. You could also say about Russ, the artist Russ.
Right.
You can say that about him. So what I'm saying is he's not even a part of the industry, and he gets great numbers. Now I don't know about kids and like holograms more than they probably like Russ. Okay, let's just be a fact. Okay, but what I'm saying is that there's opportunity in all of us, and the AI is just nothing but a tool for artists. It may make it so that people who didn't put a lot of work and effort into it, but for somebody like you, JD, that has music, old music you thought of, all kinds of ideas you got, and you need to crunch it down real fast and figure it out real quick because people going to expect you to be up to speed. Then AI does that. So what I'm saying is I do worry that people won't protect themselves, but I always worry about that. I would tell any artist that I'm working with, I believe you should protect yourself in terms of your personal property and intellectual property. So it just all revolves into one big concern for the future, whether or not people are going to get replaced and whether or not you do something. But I just want us as artists, especially artists that we're older, but we're still elevating. A lot of artists are still around, and some are still elevating. We can apply this to this and still be running, and it's not necessarily a takeaway from the amount of art that you put in where we even have it. So that's why I encourage it so much. I totally get what you're saying. My only concern is that if we don't embrace it, that people who deserve to move forward, people who want to do things and may be hindered by things the AI will provide for them, might miss out because they didn't know.
They will.
They think it's a learning curve that might not even be there too. So that's my concern.
I mean, I come from a background. I mean, I don't know if everybody knew about it, but 20-something odd years ago, there was no internet. You know what I'm saying? And where I was sitting still, trying to figure out life, you know what I mean, and the shit that I had got myself into, and looking at a life sentence, there was no internet. You know what I'm saying? There was no mobile cell phone for me to acquire. It wasn't like how things are today. It was nothing like that. And so when I called home and I heard something, what the hell is that? Oh, it's dial up. I'm like, well, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm getting on the internet, 95 at the time. And so I couldn't fathom it. I couldn't fathom that. Let's go forward 20 something years. We go 26, 27 years later. Man, look at us. We're talking about artificial intelligence. We're talking about the software that can help you create a business model where you and your family can eat for the rest of your life. And so it's not a threat. It's not
People
a threat.
are doing it right now.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely.
doing it right now.
I'm
you
looking
can
at
put money. You can put money in your pocket or money and food on the table off of AI, and you ain't doing anybody any harm, and it's all about research. I think it just eliminated all the months or time or getting an expert in or taking down a consultation. Those are people who are going to forever be able to make money. They haven't lost. The only thing they did was replace all the annoying people who don't know what they're talking about with AI. So now,
that's it.
Now, the people who weren't going to pay in the first place or needed to have a even better, let me not say people weren't going to pay in the first place. The people who needed access to this type of information but couldn't afford it because there was a paywall or ceiling now have the ability to have that type of access. And that is the most revolutionary thing.
And you know what? There is no effing excuse to not embrace that, bro.
Absolutely.
To at least explore it. And this is why, I just left Corrupt a little while ago. Him and Wino, we were sitting down talking, working on some projects and stuff. And I was just letting you know we have to incorporate this. I told them what I was trying to do, how I was trying to do it. And they were like, well, why would you mess with that? AI is going to, eliminate. And I was like, no, bro, it's not. And the more that I'm not afraid of it, the more I'm starting to see what we can do with it.
Right.
And it's not just like Span said, it's not just effing music, bro.
Yeah.
This is business plans. These are, it's a lot you want to do with this. And so I want to try to feed a script through it. I have books, novels that I wrote, urban novels that I wrote. And so I want to try to adapt these things to screenplays. I want to see how I can get them, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The craziest part about it is, bro, you said screenplays, you hit the nail on the head. The craziest part about it is that everybody that I've been seeing using AI comes in, gives a general idea that sparks their idea, then they go back and rewrite it again. So it still ends up that you end up doing it yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's not even like you AI gives you a blueprint. Then you go, yeah, I like that. I don't really like that. Let me rewrite this again. And then it's you doing it again. So that's why I'm like, yeah, but so you gotta think about it. Like then you can technically, if you go do research and then you write it, then AI didn't do it, you did it.
You did it. You just fed it through a program.
Yeah.
I look at it. I look at it almost. I stopped being afraid of it. I ain't gonna lie. Just as short as 2-3 weeks ago, because I said, bro, this is just a tool to polish everything that you really didn't know how to do. It will help polish everything you really didn't know how to do. And then if you're not afraid to ask for help, and then incorporate this into the conversation, hey, Damage, hey, Spin, hey, Ultra, hey, Flatline, hey, C-Dot, I did this and I don't know what else to do. Hey, just do this, bro.
Yeah.
And now here it is. I got somebody who knows that, hey, this dude ain't afraid to try. Let me help him be successful. This is all I'm looking for. So we don't kill each other and are not replaced. How can we use it just to enhance, us socially? Because this shit looks like it's replacing us socially. It's look like it's replacing humanity, and I don't want to deal with you and the other people that don't know what I'm doing.
We got to learn the curve, man, because a lot of people don't have the idea that, it's everything you read and everything you see in social media is not real. Every person is not real. Every idea is not a real idea. It's just something to push you in the direction that somebody or something wants you to go to. People have to start recognizing and realizing that, this thing is a tool and it can be used as a weapon too. And discernment is your friend. You start learning how, I can recognize a bot. I know what kind of questions to type in, what kind of things to throw back at a person or seemingly a person to figure out if it's a bot or not, right? And you realize it's a lot more. There's a lot of people who are 3 people that argue with themselves online. You know what I'm saying? To try to push an agenda or point. And what all this we going through now and all that stuff you're talking about is necessary. it's going to be necessary for us to fight through this so we understand and can control the situation and where we're going. We all need to know that, and I'm not trying to be funny when I say it. We all need to know and realize there's a lot of Milli Vanillis on the internet.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? People that are real people that have a real ability, but it's not really accepted. So they trying to create a new version of themselves to get where they want to go. You know what I mean? And they dragging people along with them.
Yeah, very much fact.
Hey, real quick, I want to bring some other people into the party. They've been waiting. So,
yeah, we eating up time. Let's go.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
You know how you guys do. JD, salute to you as well, bro.
Yes, damage. Salute to you, Spin. Ultra Mag, Flatline.
Yes, man. I'm geeked up right now. I'm talking to JD, nigga. Real talk. I'm a hip hop head, man. I'm a fan. I'm a hip hop head. I'm a fan.
That Yag Food. That's that Yag Food crew. Quit playing, man. I'm a fan myself, bro. You know what I'm saying? Much love, everything.
Well, while we're out in on the west side, let's bring another West Coast OG Breeze to the table.
Breeze. Breeze.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And while we're at it, why not Casanova Rudd while we're at it? Hey.
Oh wow. Bring him in. Bring him in.
What's good, gentlemen? What's good? What's good?
Hey, I see my man got the red hat memo.
Don't try to mag at me.
Don't try to mag at me.
Ain't no MAGA over here.
Don't mag at me.
Oh, my bad. What's good, gentlemen? How's everybody doing this evening?
Good.
I was listening to the AI topic, man. But very intriguing. Everything that everybody had to add was very intriguing and shit. I appreciate the convo.
All I'm gonna say is y'all niggas is way too smart for me, bro. But you know what? I did get some jewels from that. And the one thing I do want to say is the homie was pointing out is just like any new technology that comes into existence, it's always a resistance towards it. But we have to understand that we as people are the ones who created this technology. So if we embrace it, we can always stay ahead of that curve. Like he said, it's a useful tool for us to get out certain things and maybe speed up that process. But I don't think if used correctly, it will ever replace us because it still needs our information in order to exist. Without our information, it ain't going to exist, period. You know what I mean?
You know, that's true. That's true. But I learned this, Breeze. They have software programs. They have AI programs that are in place that will rewrite themselves if ever threatened. And so if you threaten to, you know what I'm saying, delete this information, deactivate this or whatever you plan on doing, there's a mechanism in place for this information to rewrite itself. So maybe as a threat or the threat to the continuity of government or the threat to the continuity of a system, there is some kind of place put in place for this thing to keep moving forward. Maybe not to everyday application of the AI apps, but there is something in place that if threatened, this thing will regenerate itself. You couldn't threaten it or destroy it. Somebody thought of creating.
So now you fucking me up again. I was trying to be positive. Now you got me.
But somebody thought of that. And it just makes me think about what, Spin was saying and what Damage was saying. Everything you see on the internet isn't true. So when I get bits and pieces of certain shit, I go research it. And I want to see if you could rewrite an artificial intelligence program that if it is threatened, it can rewrite itself to defend itself. Well, and I found out that it could.
They already have they've had that in place for quite some time, bro.
Yes.
But most of our ideas of how it could be done show why it won't probably happen with AI alone, because these creative notions are uniquely human. We can come up with millions of ways that the AI can come up with solutions for a human problem. It can never come up with its own solution for its own problem, because in its core, unless it comes up with a system that it can replicate what powers it, which would be humanity, we power the systems that we're talking about. We are the power. We are more than a computer inside our brains. We have the capacity to do way more than a computer. A computer is quite unintelligent in compared to us. Now, what we can do by it applying the same functions and formality that humans apply, it can take a small portion of that and recreate what someone who has never gone on a pathway of photography or never gone on a pathway of art or never gone on a pathway of music to have a semblance of something that seems to be, in first glance, comparable to what a human can do or beyond what a human can do. But you haven't seen anything that the AI can do that is beyond what a human can do as of yet. Not one thing. Yeah. So it hasn't created something that humans have not yet.
Right.
So
keyword.
Neither have. Well, hey, we're pretty far along with understanding dolphins, training dogs to be able to respond to human words. We're pretty far along with dealing with animals, especially chimpanzees, who also are able to retain a large number.
Information is signed and everything. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I would say that these creatures are more intelligent than AI is. But what AI can do is it can regurgitate what intelligent people can do. The tip top of humanity, it can take a picture of that and try to recreate what the tip top of humanity can do. And then those people who have, there's plenty of people who couldn't even do any, you see all the people that's on the bottom, they couldn't do none of that. And the dude, really everybody up there couldn't do nothing. All of us could do on a general basis. This takes away from nobody else in the world. This is just a fact. I know everybody up here and the people on the bottom who I don't know, I'm familiar with without you even knowing me. And what I do know is that I've seen your talent. I know what it takes to do that. And I know that this puts you in a special position across the history of time of people who could do what it is that you did. So with that puts it at a really high bar for AI to even come close to anything that anybody that's on this thing has done in their own lifetimes. To recreate it in such a creative way, to the point of where anybody that's up here would know what everybody else has done in some respect. That is but we are nowhere close to that plateau of AI. Humanity is far beyond AI, but what it can do, make people who haven't done it before be as impressed as anything that anybody that's up here has done. So that is a definite.
I'm sold, bro. I mean, you sound like you work. You sound like you work for Watson X. You know,
I ain't selling nothing.
Hey, are we sure this is really damage or is this a fucking
I'm claiming anybody, I don't know any Musks or any, I don't know none of those, any technical people. This is just a layman or who's been involved with it from day one.
I like that though. You make it very convincing. You make me more unafraid of it because, like I told you, I've been digging into it recently since So Chuckify gave me a couple of pointers and a couple of pieces of advice. I wanted to see how I could run and make me $10K a month just off t-shirts from e-commerce to Etsy and Shopify. And so I started just digging into this little plan, right, and see if I could invest a few dollars in it. And it looked like it's actually doable. So hearing you speak confidently about it, maybe not highly of it, but confidently about it, it gives me a little more courage,
I ain't selling you a dream, but you're right, it works. Everything you just said, I've also done, seen that it works. And if you don't put the effort, the same effort we used to do with pushing tapes and push CDs, it ain't gonna work. So you might not be convinced if you're not the type of person to get out there and be like, hey, check this.
Gotta be a hustler. Yeah,
That's what it comes down to, because when you really think about it, all these ideas that we finding on ChatGPT and all these other shits, a lot of us really know what it takes and allows us to know the formula. Maybe it's we don't trust it, we never done it, we're not sure if we can do it, and it's never worked for us. And then now some computer program spits it out to us, and we go, oh shit, I can do it. A lot of the shit we already knew, but we just didn't, feel that either we were capable of doing it or had the means to do it.
Apprehension.
You know what I'm saying? So when it comes down to that, whatever tool that pushes you, like my man always told me, I don't care what God you pray to, as long as he teaches you to be better, I'm all with it. So whatever it is, wherever you get your information from, as long as that information pushes you to follow your dreams, to take that leap of faith, to take that risk that you haven't taken before, I'm with it.
Yeah, somebody needs that.
Can I just point out to the two of you, Mr. Breeze and Mr. JD, this is the person I've been trying to get you to talk to.
Oh, me?
Just wanted to put that out there.
Hey, well, let me tell you something. I've been supposed to link up with JD for some time. Through come on, man, what's my man name?
Jazzy D. It was either Jazzy D, Dial Lansky, or somebody.
Dial Lansky.
Yes.
We've been
Yes.
supposed to have been linking up for a minute now. So I mean, like, you know what? We ain't got no excuse now. I see you, you see me. Let's make it happen.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. And I salute you for your talent and your contributions, man, because ain't nobody spitting like my man Breeze. You know what I'm saying? Breeze is the one that gave Ice Cube and King T the confidence to do it his way. Yes, ma'am.
No doubt.
And one question I want to ask, I know we on this whole artificial intelligence thing, man. I don't want to sway the whole, this ain't my show, but let me ask y'all this, man. How do we get to where brothers like me, Rudd, JD, King T, all these people who's still dope in their own right, how do we get us to be, not even be pushed to the forefront, but at least make it relevant again? Because it just seems like the machine is the machine, and the machine is going to do what it's going to do. Thanks to shows like C-Doc Show, that we have a platform to still express ourselves, and we have Ultra Mag and Flatline and all these people out here still pushing this culture. How do we get us to, get back to that point of relevance to us? We may not ever be relevant to the youngsters, because no matter how much music I play for my daughters, they're like, oh yeah, Dad, you're pretty good, but throw 52 caliber, whatever this nigga's name is, who they want to play. How do we get us? How do we get us back to the motherfucking forefront, or not the forefront, but at least relevancy?
Shoot, yeah, you know how they had the gathering of the Juggalos? Yeah, it's about that time. Everybody that's up here, I don't know, I ain't speaking for us, but I definitely speak for our legends that you guys are representing the fact that you guys are legends. Y'all should do the gathering of the hip hop gods. Meaning all of the, I mean, you might not want to call it hip hop gods. I would. Like everybody, and literally every year, or make it so that it's organized and everybody get together, and those people who are down with that will come from all across the world: Japan, Ecuador, Europe. Like they would come for something like that, and all it would take is a discussion of somebody saying that, and somebody going, you know what, that's a good idea. And I mean, like, thousands of people come from the gathering of Juggalos. If I 100% believe, I just watched Dreamville with J. Cole down here in North Carolina. People will come. So what about something like that? Like, just, that should be.
But I think I want to say this, Breeze, because I have an idea, and I've always thought about this, and I've really been passionate about it recently, because I'm really one who likes to push us. For some reason, we have an expiration date on hip hop artists, and I don't know who the hell injected that into the narrative. But we did that. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Mick Jagger is about to be damn near 82, bro, and Rolling Stone is about to go on tour. And so they're going to generate about $200 or $300 million, because that's what their tours generate. But you know what? There's going to be 4 different generations in that Rolling Stone crowd. You know why? Because the older generation who's going to see Rolling Stone has taught the younger generation about Rolling Stone.
Yep.
Because we don't pass this information on to the generation that comes behind us, can't nobody even trace us back past the dog pound. You know what I'm saying? And so when I ask somebody, say, can you go get played like a piano? And can you quote the verses? Can you quote the verses? You know what I'm saying? They be like, I never heard of play like a piano. And so that's a slap in the face. That's a slap in the face to my 3 guys. You know what I mean? Because when they spit that shit, I can remember, verse for verse, line for line. Last year I was ruthless. Now I'm lynching motherfuckers. You know what I mean? So that lyric itself is from 1989.
Exactly.
But you go ask a youngster right now to quote a dog pound quotable. Ask him to quote something from the last meal. Ask him to quote something from Regulator, and he'd be like, man, that's some shit my grandma, my auntie, and me listen to.
Yeah, that's not like us. Like we used to be singing songs from years gone by.
But wait.
You know, I was off Just Ice today. I was just off Just Ice today, and special ed youngest in charge. And so my brother heard me. He was like, "Damn, is that I got it made?" I was like, "Hell yeah, that's I got it made." You know, I'm the highest title, the numero uno. You know what I'm saying? Come on,
Out
man.
here, man. They out here. They out here. Look, they out here because the truth is, like, I get the benefit of getting overseas every once in a while, right? My job, not when the hip hop stuff, but just for what I do for a living. And I go to places and I see this hip hop thing that's going on in Europe, and I see this hip hop thing that's going on in places like Indonesia. That I'm like, what the hell is going on? This is not even in my own backyard. People don't get down with it like this. And I realized that we gotta really start using the internet to our advantage, because you know what I'm saying, JD, our reach is not 250, 300 million people in the United States and the surrounding areas, Canada and Mexico no more. Our reach is billions of people, man. Billions of people. And the thing is, man, I guarantee you, somewhere in Colombia, Argentina, JD, there's like 10,000 kids. It's like, oh shit, JD. I'm telling you, they.
Well, you know, I got some love. I got some love from some cats from the Ukraine. I got some love from the cats from Prague recently. I got some love from cats that was down in Christchurch recently. And I was like, fuck, down all the way to Auckland, New Zealand, and Christchurch, New Zealand. I'm like, okay. And so now it's like, when is the lynch mob coming this way? And so I get that the passion for real hip hop. I get YouTube comments. I read some of my YouTube comments on my channel, and they like, bro, welcome OG. The real hip hop is back. Real hip hop is back. You hear this real.
Right,
so if this is real hip hop coming back, what are we paying for today, y'all? And why is it selling so much?
Yeah, it's not hip hop. It's not hip hop anymore. It's hip hop. It's pop music. It's all about celebrity now. It's about showing quick flash, quick microwave music. Everybody's just patterning themselves behind somebody else. Before, we used to have beat biters and dope style takers. So if we saw somebody stealing something from somebody, we would be the authority of the industry. We would shun them. We would police it. You know what I'm saying? And shun that person, or actually, we were the first cancelers. You know what I'm saying? But now, if someone sounds like somebody else, celebrate it. Like, when you were bringing up the AI convo, it's a tool. It reminds me exactly when the era of when you were talking about the bands playing on stage, and then DJ spinning back changed that. You didn't need a band. They caught a loop, and then you didn't need the DJ to catch the loop because sampling came in. So that technology kept doubling and tripling and exponentially. So the thing with a lot of this stuff, you incorporate it, but make sure you keep the identity of what hip hop is. It's a cultural, organic type of thing. It's like something that grows from within. It's not something that is sourced. It's not something. That's what. Because a lot of that information that's coming from the internet is coming from a source. It's coming from an algorithm that is directed, that is controlled by some kind of medium or some kind of intellectual property. That it could be Vanguard, it could be BlackRock. You don't know who is transmitting certain image, because it's already been socially engineered since NWA and Colors and everybody else. We already know the message changed and the gangster ideology. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why, and a lot of us maybe had other styles of what we wanted to do, but the only way we can be accepted in that socially engineered era was to be a certain sound, to be more hard, represent the hood more. But we were also trying to get out of the hood. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And we kind of lost the message about getting out and trying to see the growth from it. We kept staying in the same negative stigma. You know what I'm saying? We never grew. And so I think as us as artists now, we should be showing our evolution of who we are as men today, instead of trying to hold on to that past or hold on to those old messages, because the reason why we had that message for hip hop before, we didn't have the medium to get the message out. So we had to cry through our own medium with hip hop. But now we're just using these vehicles now presented to us and just settling. Don't settle. Don't settle for AI. Don't settle for sampling. Get back to the organic state and start over, because that's what's missing. That's why we're not being heard, because we're not being real. We're following and conforming with the norm and the status quo.
What has changed in one quick sentence, it's not about the art no more, it's about the bag.
Yep. That quick, like we was like the microwave
not about
music,
the art. It's
popular. Whoever's popular at the moment. And it's, you don't even got to be ill. Whoever say you ill, now you blow up. You know what I'm saying?
Niggas ain't even saying they ill. They just like,
you know what I'm saying?
And then next week you shoot them and they go to RICO charge, and then everybody get locked up, and then they got a new guy out of nowhere that you don't even know their names, because it's just popular music. Whoever's next up, it's crazy. It's no identity.
Right now, it's about whoever.
Everybody up here has a unique identity. Nobody can say you sound like anybody else. None of y'all up here. I know everybody's at least a unique style, at least from what I've experienced so far, from what I've heard. But now you can't even distinguish from anybody. Everybody's going through the auto tunes. They're using the same EQ templates, the same sample sounds, the same drum,
same cadence.
I don't know who is what. You know what I'm saying? So it's. We're not going to be able to compete with that. So don't even try to
Don't even try.
Don't even try. And that's like we say, it's not hip hop. It's hip hop. It's a whole different genre. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say something to y'all? That trash ass, low frequency ass, same cadence, same beat, depressing ass sound that they keep talking.
Low 40 hertz.
Whose voice is this? Whose
Peels,
voice is this? Whose voice
Peels.
is
This JD, man. It's just Peels. Just peels. That's all they doing. It's just peels, low frequency.
Pills and potions.
Yeah, and it's severely compressed. It got no dynamic range.
It is really,
I ain't hear a bridge in years. You hear a bridge? Dramatic pause. Can I get something? Relief?
The 8-bar mumble verse is the hook, and the hook is the verse.
Right.
So
and the rappers are singing it, and the singers are rapping.
And you could go put 10 people on the radio right now, and 9 are going to sound the same. But I'm going to say this. You said ain't no need to compete against them. I literally do not look at them as competition. I literally do not.
But only if you're trying to make that money from that bag. You know what I'm saying? Because that bag is the one that's the most illustrious. The Grammy bag. You know what I'm saying?
I got an EP coming out. I got an EP coming out with 2 nephews. One is 20, the other is 29. And the EP is called Carpe Diem. And these are those dudes we are talking about. This is that generation. And I told him, man, write me a verse, man. So I spit a verse, and we called it Carpe Diem was the first one. The other one was Motivation. It was about, we talked about Napoleon and the laws of success. And so we was talking about that. And we put together this like 8 fucking track EP. Every fucking verse, bro. You can't make out shit. And so I sat back and I listened until I was able to fucking understand what they were saying. And I was like, bro, you just gotta slow down. They don't have what we have. They will never have what we have. They wasn't laced like we were laced. And because they didn't have a struggle to fight for, the only thing they knew about is Black Lives Matter. That's it. So they don't have nothing to extract controversy and struggle from. They don't have any of that. So all they do is talk about wet booties, you know what I'm saying? Eating booties like groceries. You know what I mean? Peel.
What kind of drugs we taking?
I call Percocets. They call Percocets beans.
Hey, JD, don't get me wrong. There's a place for that. Don't get me wrong. There's a place for that. And like I had a conversation with my 16-year-old daughter, and we was listening to Sexy Red. And I was like, and I said, like, my daughter, I said, yo, are you serious? Do you really like this shit? And she was like, yeah. She was like, and she fired back at me. She was like, wait, men have been misogynizing women for years. So now that women are retaking their sexuality, you have a problem with it. I said, no, I don't have a problem with it. I just wonder if you like this shit because even though for all this music that's coming out, who's the top 3 motherfuckers? Top 3 motherfuckers in this business right now all got bars. It's a bunch of like we talking about J. Cole, we talking about Kendrick Lamar, we talking about Drake to a point. But you know, I'm just saying like lyrics and actual creativity to music still exists because the cream of the crop still rises. It's just that we just flooded with so much. Like I heard somebody say earlier while I was in the waiting room about industry plants. I don't know. I don't know about the whole industry plant thing, and it's a great
that bitch a plant.
Conspiracy.
That bitch a plant.
It's a great conspiracy theory. Great conspiracy theory. But damn, man, these fucking kids is eating this shit up.
Hey, bro, she is an industry plant.
But it's designed for them to eat it up. You go and look, you take a real close look at these kids for some of this stuff that's coming up. I know some real youngins like around here, around North Carolina, around Durham, that they're really coming up. Like there's a guy, but he's not really in that frame, so I ain't gonna say it. But there's a guy named Shane Gang. If you guys look him up and listen to him, I guarantee all y'all gonna love this kid. And he's young. And he's there. He's doing what you're saying, but you listen to him, you see the difference. You see the hunger. You hear it. And then I see this other stuff that's coming out where, you know, me, I'm one of these guys. Everything is conspiracy to me. I feel like everything I see everywhere, somebody's trying to get me to do something I don't want to do, right? So when I look at this, I see some of these artists and you realize, oh, she went to this school and she got her degree here and she went to this school of music and her mother's a lawyer and her father's a doctor. And
so she don't have to be like that.
And she's right. And she's on the screen like lick my this and do, and she bent over wearing little outfits with her body parts hanging out. And it's like, yo, where did this come from?
Because that's what's popping.
It came from that same socially engineered era.
So
like the Little Kims was introducing like the sexism. You had the Foxy Browns, and we started to accept it. But we started to let the culture. It was more aspects of the culture coming out. It was a more sexualized part of it. Because before it started off with a message, right? Then it started off with some kind of Afrocentric, thing, right? Some kind of consciousness, and then we introduced like harmonizing and was singing a little bit, that came out before that. But then all of a sudden, the female came into the play. You know what I'm saying? MC Light ain't show nothing. Latifah ain't show nothing.
Moni Love,
MC Pebbly Pooh. I'm talking about Ice. Sweet Tea. All that they wasn't showing nothing. So, but they were accepted, and it was like more of a respected type of feminism.
So let me say this.
But now it's sexism, and please say what you. Please add to it.
Because Bree said something that I just didn't want to lose the point. You made a great point. He asked his daughter, "Do you really like this shit?" And his daughter said something like, "Men been motherfucking objectifying women, been misogynistic towards women forever. Now women taking their sexuality back, and so now it's empowering to women to see these women." You know what I'm saying? Talk about, you can do this to my coochie, you can do this to my booty, you can do this and that, and you can't do nothing to me if you don't give me no money. You can't do nothing to me if you don't give me no money. You can't tell me that that's not motherfucking prostitution. That's prostitution at its finest. It's at its finest. But let me say this. Those 3 top women that's selling records right now is who? Megan Thee Stallion, Nicki Minaj, and Cardi B. What do they do? What do? They put all their ass titties and booties out there and tell you what a man can do for them and can't do for them. Now you say how influential that is to our little sisters. It is. Let's go back 31 years though to the poor righteous teachers. Let's go back to the lynch mob. Let's go back to X-Clan. Let's go back to Public Enemy. Them same motherfucking 4 groups was influential, and they opened up the eyes of masses of young black men who were out there murdering each other because they were so influential at the time, and they stopped killing. And the murders amongst black on black crime decreased, and black medallions were replaced with black hatred. The industry said there's no way we will wake up these masses.
We cannot let them empower themselves. It's impossible. Not through our medium, not with our money, not what we be put into place all this time to let them take over. That's impossible. We will not let this happen again.
We will not wake their ass up and make them rich.
Now think about,
we will not wake them up and make them rich.
Karen Swan brought up something. Recently he was talking about, celebrating the 50 years of hip hop music, because hip hop is more than just hip music. It's culture. It's language. Fashion. Everything.
It's graffiti.
Graffiti, dance, all all
DJ,
everything.
Every DJ and everything. So, but he said that how are people just recognizing it now? And then I heard Dr. Umar Johnson, which I don't always agree with what he talks about, but he brought up we don't own nothing, bro. We don't have no distribution. We don't have any publishing. We don't have any studios because we using these AI systems. We don't. We used to have organic. You can never make another 1212 studio, a D&D studio, another music factory. Because they don't.
Chung King.
Chung King. Yeah,
Yo,
Chung
these
King.
and the thing, and going back to what you gentlemen were saying, and lady as well was saying earlier, that how can we get back into the fold? How can we be heard? Because we got to get that uniqueness back. It's just like pizza. All pizza tastes the same outside of New York because all the ovens are the same. But in New York, all the ovens are different. So everything tastes different. Everything is being baked different.
It's the water.
It's a uniqueness. It's a unique with the water because we know what the water is, the culture of hip hop. But we all putting our own little dirt into it, our own little grind. But we keep using the same stuff. We're not going to have any uniqueness. Uniqueness is what's going to bring you back out.
What's needed right now is the fact that we don't have labels to push these records. The fact that there's no major signings taking place. You know what I'm saying? We have.
Think about the tours. Think about the tour. We used to have little small organic tours.
The tours are working.
Spot dates.
The shows and the tours are working.
For who though? For who? For who? Because the thing is, for artists like us, it's too much of a risk insurance-wise. A lot of times, especially for
how the West was won all these old school tours and all these motherfuckers coming out. The tours are successful, but my thing is not like, look, JD, I love JD. I love the Lynch Mob. I love Super Lover C, Casanova. I love all that. Super Casanova was like one of my favorite records of all fucking time. Let me say that to you, number one.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My shit is this. I'm caught up in the dichotomy of, hey, like, look, bruh, I want to hear my favorite nigga, but I don't want to hear you sound exactly how you sounded 30 years ago.
Right.
I want to see that you're still elevating our art. You know what I'm saying? So that's why some of the cats that I hear coming out, it's like, yeah, you my man, but like, damn, like you still in that time warp. So the only challenge I put out to anyone that's from my era a little bit before me and a little bit after me is like, be you, because we want to celebrate you, but don't think that you don't need to keep elevating your shit. Because as hip-hop, when we came up as hip-hop, your first album could not sound like your second album.
Goddamn
your
right.
second album can't sound like your third album.
Goddamn
you
right.
need to keep pushing that envelope.
And you wanted to be accepted in the family, so that pushing that envelope forced you to create, forced you to come up and innovate. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't let you sit back and emulate.
Let me say this because I want to leave on this point. The reason why the industry did what it did after we began to push so much power, so much positiveness, so much black motherfucking knowledge of self and self-awareness, everybody wasn't trying to be kings and queens out the gate. Don't get me wrong. We all weren't trying to say black power, black this, we ride with Farrakhan, because everybody wasn't. But we were waking up. And that was the threat. The awakeness. You have awakened a sleeping giant. And then what happened off the heels of the Lynch Mob being released and X-Clan being released and Poor Righteous Teachers being released, they released this album, groundbreaking album. Sold 5 million records when they released that motherfucker. Came out around late December 1992. And this motherfucker shut the industry down. And from that, a standard was set. And when that standard was set, every industry label said, you will not rap about black-owned, positiveness, black awareness. You're going to rap about 40s, bitches, and 6 foes, just like The Chronic.
Yep.
And The Chronic was the album that changed the game. Everybody say you hating on Dre. I told Dr. Dre to his motherfucking face, this is the album that changed the game. We came off the heels of the Lynch Mob. We was off Tipper Gore, Al Gore. We had congressional hearings taking place. Tupac shooting a fucking cop. Ice-T got body count. Lynch Mob talking about fucking heroes. Yep. So it was too much turmoil inside of hip hop with these fucking militant ass black artists who were seeming like they were organizing something.
Yes.
You hear what I'm saying? So we're gonna release this goddamn album called The Chronic. Ain't nothing but a G thing.
Hey, JD, don't forget though. Here's the Chronic was the turning point, but even the Chronic had a couple of joints. It had a couple of joints.
Socially conscious.
They were socially conscious.
Socially conscious.
Yeah, hey, the famous line is, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna end mine.
Yeah, if y'all heard this little nigga right here with this Jerry Curl, y'all listen with these Jerry Curls getting these problems.
And yo, the impact of the Chronic on the East Coast, oh my God.
Yeah,
you would never think it would hit that hard the way it hit,
what I'm
bro.
saying.
And like it took over completely, changed the whole sound of hip hop. Definitely can't.
That's what I'm saying. And so you know what happened off the heels of that? You know what happened off the heels of that, bro? We started getting the most gangster shit coming up out of New York. The most gangster shit started coming up out of New York. You know what I'm saying? Nas started dropping shit. And then we didn't hear no Jay-Z yet, but then here come the motherfucking Reasonable Doubt. That shit dropped. And then here come motherfucking Dark Man X. And he went crazy when he dropped this shit, Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood. It was gangster shit. Listen to Cool G Rap, Ill Street Blues. Listen, everything became, we have to be a gangster. We have to be a gangster to sell shit. New York wasn't all about that shit. They moved away from that shit.
You know what it is? I think because New York, since it started in New York, it was more. We already had an eclectic mix of a lot of stuff already, so it was easily to accept more versions of hip hop. You know, especially if it was being represented well. You know what I'm saying? So please keep adding. I'm
gonna push back. I'm gonna push back for one thing though, JD. Like you said. Let me tell you something. What's unique to people that a lot of people didn't know, I'm originally from New York. I was born in the Bronx. I didn't move to LA until I was 14.
That's why you know how to rap better than everybody.
So I remember when I got signed to Def Jam in 1986. And I remember like years after that, when I got my deal on Atlantic, it was like 1988, 89, and NWA started to bubble. I remember being in Def Jam offices talking to Ant Live. I think Ant Live was supposed to be Eric B's brother or something like that. And I remember pushing NWA. I remember at some point to what you were saying, Rudd, like we accepted, we had a nice little mix to where we had like different styles of hip hop.
Yes.
When NWA came out and they pushed actuality.
Something we can relate. We can relate.
No,
right
like we didn't like. Let's get it straight, nigga. We didn't curse rapping, and these niggas came out talking about fuck the police coming straight.
Cause we wanted to say that. Me and Soup talking about females and stuff, but you know. But they talking about some real shit that we probably wanted to say our damn self, but they expressed it.
And when I pushed it and I put it in front of niggas was like, that shit whack. I was like, you know what? Check this out. You niggas will come around just like I did. You know what I'm saying? So I think, you know, like you said, at Chronic was a point, JD, like you said, it changed hip hop and it moved into a different generation. So did fucking NWA, because I'm like, we can say hip hop started in the East and all of that, but like in West Coast gave it a authenticity of actuality, which means like we're not no longer giving you metaphors. We're not saying, hey, we're not sugarcoating shit. We're not making it palatable for radio. West Coast came out and said, fuck broken glass everywhere. Don't get me wrong, the message was dope, super dope. But these niggas came out talking about a young nigga got it bad because I'm brown. And niggas straight gave you like their view into their actual streets. And I think that was, to me, that was the first change in our art, because now we didn't have to be scared of what we actually wanted to say. And we can say exactly what the fuck we meant and what was on our mind at that time.
Look how it meshed.
Salute the West
Coast. And definitely the sound, the type of music it was like that funk, the G funk is that certain, you know, the Bootsy and the bringing
all
that
of it,
stuff,
all of it. Yeah,
that funk, that feel also was missing in the East Coast. We weren't like really utilizing it, and y'all brought like a slower cadence. You brought a slower tempo, and you kind of was feeling music instead of trying to dance all the time. Because life ain't always about dancing and celebrating. Sometimes it's about
gangsters don't dance, we boogie.
You know what I'm saying? So it was it's a whole nother reality to absorb in hip hop. And that's why New York soaked it up, because we can relate to that struggle as well. But just hearing your side made us even more close and more connected. You know what I'm saying?
Hang on real quick. Hang on real quick, because I know we got two other people that can add to this conversation. Y'all spin.
I'm out.
All right.
I'm out, y'all. Y'all want to say it's a pleasure. It was a super pleasure being here. Casanova, Breeze, JD. I'm from a little town in North Carolina, man. I used to listen to y'all. I used to ride around in the whip, banging y'all constantly. All three of y'all. It was a pleasure, man. Definitely.
Hey, tell little brother I said what up. Like, I love them niggas.
Word.
All right, definitely.
All right, Spin. Peace. Yeah. So I know we got two people here that got some stuff from 7A3. I think he's there.
Sean.
Yeah, Sean B. And of course, from Snetsasonic.
What up?
The almighty Daddy O.
Oh, Daddy O.
But you brought East New York in
East
the house.
New York in the house.
So you know what's about to happen now.
Hey man, you know what?
You know how East New York do, man. Wherever we go,
yeah.
Y'all should
absolutely.
Hey, let me say this real quick, because hey Sean, I know you got a lot to say too, but let me say this real quick from what I've been hearing. A lot of people say hindsight is 20/20. I'm gonna tell y'all this: hindsight is a motherfucker. Because when you look back, I don't see it the way y'all see it.
Right.
Because I started before.
I was gonna say the same thing.
But you came before.
We ain't never owned shit. We signed Tommy Boy. We signed the Profile. We signed the Next Plateau. I could keep going. But we never really owned shit in the beginning. And we got to start there, because we can't make it seem like we should own when we never looked to own.
Right.
We never looked to own. Now, there's an African proverb that says a village without an elder is like a lake without water, or a river without water, or something like that. All this shit, our fault. This ain't no industry.
Absolutely.
The bottom line is that it's all what you do when you front load. You know who you was marrying.
Yes.
You knew she was a fucking creep when you married her.
Straight up.
All you did is thought you could make a hoe into a housewife.
Here we go.
You understand what I'm trying to say? So what I'm saying to you is that this shit wasn't dope for Berry Gordy and them. This shit wasn't even dope for Mick Jagger and them in the beginning.
Right.
The Beatles had problems with this fucking industry. But we walked into it with our eyes wide open. You want to know why? Because we didn't walk into it with the culture. We walked into it with the last element of the culture. Let me tell y'all this. We came last. No disrespect to me. I spit fire to this fucking day. They call me Drake Cole. You heard me? Kendrick Cole. I don't give a fuck about Kendrick, Drake, J. Cole. I'll fight all of them. Come on. The only motherfuckers I'm scared of is these battle rap niggas. The chess in them, I don't know.
They a little something different.
The guys that make records, I can eat them alive. The guys that do that, I just seen T-Rex do some shit. I'm like, damn, Rex is back. I can't. I still haven't got my head wrapped around what Daylight does, what Hitman does when he's hot, what Goods does when he's hot. I haven't got my head wrapped around the battle rap shit. Them niggas are nice.
Yeah, them niggas smash some shit.
But
that's a skill.
But the guys that make records, I don't give a fuck. I smash everybody. I'm not. We got a record coming out called A Cypher that we just did with Marlon Reigns and Smoother Hustler, who, by the way, when y'all hear Smoother Hustler on this joint, y'all gonna, I'm telling you. But anyway, the bottom line is that the rapper came last. And we never introduced the culture to any of this. A little bit of the DJ, and as soon as we got time, we got rid of the DJ. As soon as we could, we got rid of him. Boom, he's out.
At one point, the DJ was the only way we used to hear music.
At one point, but
you know what I'm saying?
that's
But now,
the origin.
So
The origin.
That
The
nigga
was
chewing into the money.
The
And
new
so
DJ
all
is
we're
the
talking
fault too
about-
because they're not playing the old school stuff either.
but
They
all
just
we
playing
talking about here
whatever
is
the program director wants you to play.
Yeah, but music shit is all debatable, right? Music shit is all debatable. And here's something. 63, right? So I don't know if I'm older than everybody here, but probably, right?
Yeah, you are.
The issue is I don't
everybody but Jesus.
Yo, a hit is a hit regardless to whom or what. I don't give a fuck who you are. A hit is a hit.
Yes.
Now, yes, there's some new things that was introduced, and Spotify's a piece of shit, and Apple Music, but streaming's a piece of shit. CDs was a piece of shit. I mean, it's a whole bunch of it's a bunch. Listen, this thing didn't deteriorate automatically. It was steps down to for the deterioration.
Right.
But here's the key, and we could keep talking, but I'm because I talk long, so I'm trying to. Jennifer told me be nice, so I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying, Jen. The issue is the opportunity that we have in 2024 is a much larger opportunity than we ever had. So are we going to deal with that opportunity or not? I know from being that nothing's ever been built. Right? Nothing on the tech side. If we talk about the progression of applications on the tech side, whether they're web apps, mobile apps, or Web3, which is coming, nothing has been built that mimics what we had, whether it was a major label or an independent, what we had with record companies. The only thing that has been duplicated is retail and radio. That's it. Spotify and them is radio and all of that, and then retail, and that's it. When we had record companies, marketing, promotion, and publicity were 3 different departments. You hear what I said? Now
and you had creative development and quality control as well.
Yeah,
artist development.
Artist development. Yes, it's part. Yes,
exactly. We have the opportunity, but the elders have to take the responsibility. And here's my question to everybody. If Young Thug ain't Daddy-O's son, who fucking son is he?
He absolutely
Can I say
is.
one thing? Can I say one thing before? And I'm just gonna jump off. This is gonna be totally off topic. There's a bunch of, and you know what? The first time a nigga called me OG, I got insulted. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, nigga, who is you talking to? Right? And he said to me, I said, nigga, do I look old to you? And this was 10, 15 years ago. I said, nigga, do I look old to you? He said, no, nigga, you just look older than me. So what I'm gonna tell y'all is we got a bunch of mature gentlemen and women on this motherfucking platform right now. And I just want to say, thank God for melanin. All y'all niggas look good. All y'all niggas look good.
Thank God for melanin.
All right, well, thank you.
I gotta say this. I want to say this real quick because Daddy-O touched on a lot of real heavy shit. He touched on a lot of real heavy shit. We didn't walk into this with the intentions to own it. We did not walk into this with the intention to own it. We did not know what we were walking into. But before I embark on that real quick, I gotta say this because you are a fucking legend to me. You and Wise Intelligence. I can go all the way back to 87, 88. When I fell in love with you guys when I was on my Easter break listening to Sally, coming up out of high school, going into college. I was a bad little gangbanging motherfucker from LA, dropped out of college to sell drugs. And just day before yesterday, I'm listening to this cut, and I just wanted to tell you this. And you said it then. Tell the truth. James Brown was old till Eric and Rock came out with I Got Soul. Rap bring back old R&B. And if we would not, people would have forgot. So we want to make this very clear that we talented and we have no fear. You know, that those that love to judge the black pizzazz, talking all that jazz. Bro, I'm banging this shit just the other day and had so much of a nostalgic moment, and then here it is today. I get to see you. You know what I mean? And so this is just proof that the conversation is necessary.
Yes, sir.
Your head is focusing in the right direction. And I do believe you can eat up the fucking Ken Drake codes. I believe you could. Because I go back to the Master Don Committee. I go back to when y'all was getting down with them cats and was battling them cats and how New York met and how every sound sounded different from every borough. And you could tell what borough you was dealing with based on the sound.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so like today, I'm not impressed. And I like the discussion about AI. I like the discussion about what you said. We didn't walk into it with the intent to own it. But having the knowledge that we have today with the understanding of what was put in place then to never allow us to own it, it's only right that we own some of this culture, bro.
We gotta. So I watched Jam Master Jay do that at clubs. Like that whole bum rush the door thing. People think it came from Public Enemy, but it was really a lot of people watch Jay, period. That's a whole nother story about how most of Def Jam got their MO from Jay. But that's a whole nother, God bless the dead. But I watched Jay and them.
God bless Jay.
Mad clubs, like 30 people. And they from Queens and we from Brooklyn. And we used to watch like, yo, we going in with them. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? The bottom line is that, and that's one, shameless plug. That's one of the things that we trying to do at Spit Slam, right? Like we developed a philosophy. Chuck told me this real early. I started making these records again in 2016. C-Doc can tell you, Jen will tell you, Flat will tell you, get on the phone with Chuck. The shit gonna be 3 hours or some shit, right? Driving across the country or some bullshit and all day, right? So I'm talking to Chuck, and he said, Daddy-o, this time around, when you do it, you gotta realize we got a bucket, right? And we're gonna fill the bucket.
I see you,
right?
Jimmy.
But the bucket is not like with you're not turning the faucet on full. It's gonna be drips in the bucket. It's gonna drop, but it's gonna fill up. And what we have to realize is that there's a progression to this thing. For instance, if you want to talk about records, the idea I believe Jay-Z made popular, but maybe it was other people. Fab was part of that. Old Dirty, God bless the dead, was part of that. Of what I call rapid fire repeat. I talked about it on my Drummer Man record, where in the past, and I always use Russell as an example, Russell would duck artists, right? So he would put out the Beasties and duck Public Enemy. Put out Public Enemy and duck duck Public Enemy, put out EPMD. Like it wasn't simultaneous, right? He would pull one down, even though those records are kind of permeating and they on tour, but the record that they concentrating on is this one or these two, right? When Jay and them start doing features and all of that, they never went away. So now it wasn't, I'm waiting for an album. You heard the guy all the time, all year. That wasn't a thing in the past to hear a guy all year.
Right.
You understand what I'm trying to say? You hear Girls, I Got Them Locked, and then you got to wait a little bit. Or let me go back. You hear Do the James, and then you got to wait for Girls, I Got Them Locked. Right? It wasn't like and then now, and now Super's jumping on this remix and that, man. It wasn't happening like that. Okay?
Some people's identity is just being a feature artist, like Jada Kiss or something like that. He's not even known for songs or album content. You know what I'm saying?
So what I'm saying is, though, we cannot, because evolution does exist. Not that other dumb shit, but evolution does exist, right? So we can't leave out certain things. There's an industry in place. We can't do anything about rapid fire repeat. And so what you guys are talking about, what you don't like about the young people, this is why they popular, y'all. They make 30 fucking records a year.
Right.
That's why. They took SoundCloud
and they don't need New York.
When I say 30 records, I don't mean 30 songs. I mean, some of them is doing 30. Lil B's output 3 years ago was Lil B was doing a video a day.
And Daddy-o,
look. Imagine Big Daddy Kane doing a video a day. Imagine MC Light doing a video a day. I'll keep going if y'all want me to, but y'all keep going here. We ducked We ducked and we became quiet. And when we ducked and we became quiet, we almost can't even talk about what happened after that. Because
well, Daddy, I hear what you're saying, but I hear what you're saying, but there's what you're speaking of. There was a structure that existed then that now is a different structure. Let's just say that. And what you just described wouldn't have worked back then because we didn't have the platforms to allow it to work. What we have now,
I'm talking about now. We
but
do not spend. I'm talking about strictly music. If we want to talk about cultural things, we can. We could talk about how we should be in art galleries with graffiti, what DJs should be doing, how, you know what I'm saying, that kind of situation. We could talk about that. But if we want to,
just keep it music. Just keep it music.
I'm keeping the music.
How many of y'all own your publishing?
I'm talking about Daddy-O. Keep it music.
Okay. How many of y'all own your publishing?
If we wanted to do that, we could do that. No, we came from a different structure. Like my man started to say, we came from a different structure. We came from a fucking do an album for 3 months, roll out for 3 months, have an album, let it roll for motherfucking 6 months, and then we wash, rinse, repeat once again. Now we have the vehicle now to where
but can
we
I
can
say
do the same shit that they
right?
doing. We just ain't doing it.
But wait. But let me just say this. Let me just say this. Wait.
I dropped a record on Christmas. I'm dropping a record on New Year's, and I got another record coming about the 16th.
Daddy,
but so is 1,000 and a million other people. It's oversaturated with everything. There's nobody gonna be able to hear it because we don't even know where to find it. And then we're already playing PlayStation, listening to Taylor Swift. And looking at that dude from the Kansas City Chiefs dancing with her, and we so entertained. We know it's nothing unique about anything anymore. It's just a whole bunch of.
They hear mine though.
It's a gobbledygook. Goob. That's what it's a whole bunch.
Wait. The point that I was trying to make is that they can hear you, and does that make it as successful as the people that they're hearing and they're embracing? Probably not. But the reason being is because what their structure was and what their routine is different. We were doing that, Daddy-O. We just didn't have the platforms that they have now. We was going out to shows and doing something diverse every night. So you can't say that it wasn't happening. It was actually happening. We just didn't have the platforms that they have in this day and age to expose it as frequently and as openly as it's being done now, which is cool. I agree. The transition is great for all of us. The point that you're making, though, is that it still takes structure. We just can't just rapid fire out there without a plan. They have plans.
We got
their
one
plan.
for come to Spitzland.
Okay, and I ain't disputing that. And I ain't disputing that, but everybody is not going to fit in that structural sense. And no,
if you see what we're signing, everybody can fit. We got everybody.
The point.
And
Okay,
I'm not saying it's the only. I'm not saying it's the only situation. What I'm saying is, we have to do. I think what I'm saying in a real simple form is we have to do something. We can't say something. We have to do something. And I
totally disagree because just doing something is
and
actually doing nothing.
That's the point that I'm trying to make as well. We can doing. Let me give the analogy.
A lot of you brothers up here right now are pioneers and legendary because of your classicness, of your unique full-featured albums that have a full body, a complement of a whole mood, a whole style, not microwave, not just throwing stuff out there to stick. It's about actually having longevity and standing the test of time. These dudes now, once they die, I don't even remember half of these names
because they,
you know what I'm saying?
Because we didn't teach them.
And you're absolutely right.
Nobody taught me.
Actually, yeah, they did. And let me to both your points.
You know what I'm saying?
But
right
what I'm
now,
sharing with you,
everybody's emulating everybody else. That's the problem.
Can I say something? It's really there are no problems, and the reason why I say that is because what I've learned in working at labels is there's an audience for everything, and the key is about finding your audience. And they found their audience,
Yo,
and
that's
that
the
audience
problem.
ain't your audience.
Yo, bro, I'm tired of hearing about a lot of this combo because the labels is the problem in the first place. Okay, because you working for somebody that owns you. You have no control over anything. You don't have any rights over any publishing. You don't have any rights of control of your royalties. So all you're doing are signing artists to take advantage of them for advertising purposes so you can make a big money grab and take advantage of the next artist. The first
That's
person.
not true.
Well,
Listen, it sound like
we got 360 deals.
That's not true.
And the thing is, when I started, it wasn't about my ego, my G. It was about because I loved music. I wanted to articulate it. I wanted to create. I did it in my own way. I didn't pattern myself. Me and Soup wrote what he wrote. I produced what I produced. I could write too. We did our own unique thing. We were never down with no other crews or nothing. So I have a unique aspect and perspective from my viewpoint. I was one of the first I was one of the first artists to be signed to a major label. Okay, I was signed to Elektra. I was signed when Sugar Hill was on Elektra. Okay, so I know exactly when you sign away a deal when you're not even thinking about publishing in the future. You didn't have anyone to teach you about the music of business. You know, the business of music. But after time goes by, gentlemen like you two gentlemen sitting up in labels, taking advantage of artists, not putting them up on game. So I'm done with this conversation. I love you.
Don't leave. Don't leave.
Bro,
don't leave.
Whoa,
it's not a conversation until you listen.
No, I've
just said my
point.
I've listened to you, right?
I've heard this
that's called you saying your point. You haven't heard anything because I haven't spoken.
I'm gonna roll up.
Let me okay.
That nigga said I'm about to roll up.
And we speak about our issues. Our issues is what we're speaking, is what just happened. We need to have a conversation.
And then you got people promoting.
Again, you came back on. You came back on. If you got, are you gonna listen? Are you gonna listen? Are you gonna listen?
God don't want to hear nothing.
Are you gonna listen? Okay,
I don't want to listen to you. Let me finish my point.
You did. You walked off. You rolled your joint. Go roll your joint.
Who are you anyway?
Okay, brother. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It matters to me. Don't tell me nothing,
Okay, my name is Sean Bolden. I just told you that. Now you know who I am.
It means nothing to me, bro.
Pleasure to meet you. So, okay, so why do you mean something? Okay, beautiful.
So why you tell me to listen? I don't want to listen to you.
So then go.
Don't talk to me like that.
Then go roll. Then go roll.
I am. I said what I was going to do.
All right, cool. So you came back and said more. And I gave you the grace to do so. Cool. Now I'm gonna speak.
Yeah,
all right. So part of what I'm sharing with you. Yeah, part of what I'm sharing with you. Okay. Part of what I'm sharing with you is your perspective is one-sided. You ain't listening to.
But it's my perspective.
Okay. Can you listen now?
But your perspective is not unique.
I just listened to. Okay, I just listened to you about for 15 minutes.
Well, maybe you haven't heard enough yet. That's your problem, sir. That's your problem.
So,
you haven't heard enough. You don't even know who I am, really. Who am I to you?
Okay. First
who am I?
You
putting me up on
Let me answer your question. 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 Who are you to me?
I'm 55
person
years old,
sitting
man.
Here speaking. You're a person on the phone speaking.
You can't put me up on game. But I'm gonna listen.
Okay.
Can I say something for a second here?
I'm glad you feel that way. So, do you want to speak or can I finish?
I'm not saying.
No, not you. I was speaking to Jennifer.
Oh, Jenny. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can finish, but we needed to say goodnight to JD who bounced.
JD.
Yeah.
Okay.
Peace out, JD. Let's go.
Peace.
And I'll get out of here, and you can bring in Lion.
Hey, yo. And I'm about to bounce too. I got to go to the Project Blow the anniversary, y'all. Hey, peace to everybody.
Enjoy. Peace to you, bro.
Take me with you.
Hey, Sean, hey. Much love to you, Rod, but Sean, I know who you are, brother.
No, I know who he is too. I know who he is too. Come on, stop, bro. Just saying, coming at me, telling me, listen. Bro, I'm a grown man. I'm telling me, listen.
And
I didn't even get my full point out.
part of us as grown men is
I
that we
know what
don't
you
listen.
but see
That's part of us. That's our ego. Our ego is part of our problem.
Exactly. And you know, my problem is
I
I'm
don't talk
tired
to
of hearing
egos.
everything. I'm tired of
Okay,
everything. So I
and
don't
I
want to hear,
understand that,
and I don't
and
want to
I
hear nothing.
understand that,
That's my problem.
and that's called, and that's called,
All right.
and that's called, and that's called no disrespect,
Yo,
but that's
I love
called.
everybody up here. This is the wrong format to have me on, bro. Okay, because I don't conform. I don't get. I don't want to be plugged in the system. I'm a more spiritual type of person. I have a more better understanding of what this business is really about the control mechanism of it, and taking advantage of people's spirituality, taking control of their mind with frequencies. I'm on a much more deeper level than this shit. So please talk about the business of music and hip hop. Celebrate it with each other. I love y'all because y'all mean so much to me. Without y'all, I wouldn't even be who I am because y'all keep me alive too just by talking about shit. You know what I'm saying? But just understand, I have a perspective. I love you. I'm sorry if I hurt anybody feeling because that was not my intentions. All right. It's getting late. I'm tired. I've been up since fucking 4 o'clock this morning working. And I don't feel well. Y'all have a nice evening, gentlemen. And Jenny, I'll talk to y'all soon. Happy New Year's and whatever holidays you celebrate. Hopefully you have peace and joy with that and celebrate it with your family. Much love, yo. Peace.
Thank you, Rod.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, peace out.
I wanted to tell Bree something, but he left.
Yeah.
Likewise.
Sean, would you like to make your point?
Quote,
I
got a quote that I made, which I said, there's everybody's top 10, and then there's Project Blow.
Yeah.
The whole
That's
other level. Mike and
that I
that's
agree.
something else, bro.
That's what you were describing with the battle rappers earlier. They are the traditional. They are the platform and pinnacle of those battle rappers.
Yeah, my head, I can't. I wish I could, but it's too. It's like, and I tell you, one guy that I think from our class that's like that is Wise Intelligent.
Yeah. Yes.
He does.
Yeah.
Okay, what am I supposed to do now? Like, you know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well. The point that I was gonna make is pointless because I was directing it to him, and I don't want to speak about him while he ain't here. I'd rather speak to him directly.
Gotcha.
So, if in fact he ever want to have a conversation, we can do that, whether it be here, whether it be directly offline. It doesn't matter to me. But the perspective that I speak from is broadening our perspectives. And I think that a lot of times we get stagnant in what we've been through, the trauma, the hurt, the pain, whatever the case may be, and we don't grow. We start becoming ignorant. We start becoming too intelligent for simplistic growth. Yeah. And that's what I think is happening often, because of certain things that we've been through. I call it now, because it's popular, trauma. We've been through trauma. The labels put us through trauma. They raped, they took advantage, and so on and so forth. But if he was to speak the stuff he's talking about, the vibe he's on now, we've been on that since we got in the industry. Daddy-O will tell you that's been how we talk and how we've been speaking. It's never been popular, but we still have done it. We are one of the people who got into the music industry to get out of East New York. Yeah. It wasn't the other way around. We didn't get in the industry to try and make something. We literally, that was our savior from being in Rikers or upstate. That's what we was able to do. And we had the opportunity to do so. And so when people, I use this reference, when people wanted us to talk about smoking blunts and weed on records, we chose not to, simply because we understood all of the bad things that happen in our neighborhoods. And we like, we don't need to talk about gang banging if that's what we do.
Right.
We actually are talking about not opposite that, because you want to bang, then we can bang. But we ain't going to sit there and talk about it on a record. And anyway.
Yeah, I think records is a different, like when you start talking about music, I think that's almost a separate conversation, right? Because something happened to me last week. I don't know what I was doing, but this image of a sheepskin and the leaves we used to wear, a Kango hat, and some Pumas with fat strings came in my head. Now, this is going to sound whack because of my tenure in the business, but the light bulb finally went off in my head about us being a culture. I've been saying that for years. I just understood it last week. And that's
Wow.
that's a
Wow.
fact. That wow, we are a culture, because I realized, and then I have some homies, they're younger than me, that put me on to a couple of things, and I've been leading people to this. One movie is called 80 Blocks from Tiffany's, and another movie is called Ruble Kings. Watch those two movies and you will see the origins of hip hop. And ain't no music in that.
Wow.
But culture of hip hop, the 80 Blocks from Tiffany's is what was happening 80 blocks from Tiffany's. And then Ruble King, which actually I was the narrator and they ripped me off and put Chuck on it. Ruble Kings is about the origin of hip hop, because hip hop has a nonviolent origin.
Yeah.
So a lot of times people don't recognize that the competition in hip hop comes from the same energy that was gang competition that was now over. And in Ruble Kings, you actually see all of these gangs make a truce and say, hey, we don't want to, the Bronx is burning. We don't want to get into the slumlords and all of that, but you know why the Bronx was burning. A lot of these gangs, when they were having rumbles on what looked like junkyards, but were really just the ruins of these apartments that they used to live in.
Yeah.
Okay, and these gangs came to the conclusion that, we don't want to do this anymore, and so they stopped with the bats, the brass knuckles, the guns, the knives, the pipes, the sticks, and all the competition moved to something else. And that's why I say musically, the rapper came last.
Yep.
I talked to Flash. I had a great conversation with Flash, and Flash said he ain't even really understand the rapping thing until he was playing one day, put the mic to the side, and Keith Cowboy picked up the mic and started doing that hip hop, the hop. He said, and that's when he got what this all was about. But when we having a conversation about music and records, I don't think it's that different than if you would hear the stories of the Temptations, or if you would hear the stories of Crosby, Stills, and Nash real early, or you would hear some of the blues stories. The music industry has always been, if we want to call it a demon, it's always been that kind of demon. It ripped off everybody, and it wasn't just black artists. It ripped off everybody. Even
you're right.
Admit this, but it even ripped off Elvis. Everybody think Elvis was the king. They
absolutely
from that boy.
Absolutely. You know what's interesting about what you're saying, Daddy-O? Is that this industry, the music, is the only industry that has no type of I guess, for lack of better words, union.
Right.
So you are able to, you have a scale in films to where you only can get, you can't get ripped off but so much because they have a scale. This music industry is one of the only industries that has no structure in that manner. And this is why it continues, and they continue to rape because they have the ability to. Because no one is coming together. We're worried more about our differences than our similarities.
Yeah.
We are in control. We have been able to be in control, but we still talking about our differences. That's why I want to have a conversation with the brother. It's not about our differences. It's about how do we hone in on our similarities. For example, you just gave the example of the culture of back in the days when you had sheepskins and fat laces and Lee jeans. Well, guess what? Lee jeans are similar to skinny jeans. We can't, and we're gonna damn these young guys for their fashion when in fact it was resemblant, almost identical to what we wore.
Yeah, we used to straight leg the jeans. We used to either
absolutely
take it to the tailor so he could straight leg them.
Absolutely. Shoot, I couldn't afford a tailor, so I used to have to sew my own straight leg, make the mark in the inseam. I could tell you all of that. But the point being is that we did exactly what we are demonizing these kids on doing. I made the reference of, I had an argument with somebody about NWA versus Sexy Red. Because they was getting on Sexy Red. Oh, she dissed it. I said, NWA did the same thing. And this was before Special Ed spoke about it. And I said, definitely exploit it. Now, I'm not mad at it because they created the opportunity for us to be sitting here today. They brought in the platform to where we're able to speak, we're able to have music be put out. So I'm not mad at it. I'm a fan of NWAs. I brought them to New York, telling people about them. So I get it. But the point is, they're no different. They got money. They did what they did to get money. And this is what she learned to do. I want to get some money, and this is I'm going to go the most outrageous sexual exploitation possible to make some money. Well, they said I'm going to do the most niggerish exploitation of gangs possible to make money. What's the difference?
Right. Yep. You're right. I mean, you're right. Like I said, the record conversation is just a different conversation. And I like to focus on the opportunities. That's why I keep, shameless plug, but that's why I keep mentioning Spitsland, because I like to focus on the opportunities that are in front of us and not continue to hound on. I really don't care. You understand? I really don't care. Even though I'm a Christian, I'm a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Two things I learned from him: how to eat to live and how to do for self. Elijah's whole concept was do for self the entire time. He did not care about anybody else. He kept saying, do for self, do for self. And I say this, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I say this to black people all the time. If y'all would have listened to Elijah, y'all wouldn't be in none of this mess. Okay? Because all you would have knew how to eat to live. So all the diabetes, the dialysis, all of that stuff would be gone. Okay? That's honest. And then you would have been doing for self. So you would have been entrepreneurs a long, long time ago. But the bottom line is that we have the opportunities to do those particular things right now. So, like I said, hindsight is it's difficult for me because we got an unsung coming. Stetson got an unsung coming. And
congratulations.
Unsung got to have drama in it, right? So one of the biggest pieces of drama in the unsung is Stetson not having a Sally video, right? Tommy Boy didn't give us a Sally video. And if Sally would have had a video, you'd be talking to a different group right now. We would have went gold, and we would have went platinum and all of that. And I said, okay, it's a good argument. Makes good TV, right? But I told Delight and them, I said, you know what? When E40 and them, guys like E40 and them see the unsung, they're gonna say, why them niggas ain't shoot a video themselves? Wasn't they making money?
Yep.
But got into this concept and that's what we got. See, Sean, you understand because you moved away, you kind of pulled away. I kind of moved away, kind of pulled away. New Yorkers in hip hop or rap music, whatever you want to call it, we came up spoiled. Everybody had budgets for stuff. They never had to sell no records out of their trunk. They never had to do any of those things. Yeah. These guys was, a lot of these artists, NWA is one, was signed to a label that ended up getting picked up by another label or signed to a label, made their bones, and then went to another label. The only East Coast that was kind of prevalent with was when Lawrence did pop art. And all the pop art artists, most of them ended up over there at Next Plateau. So Pepper, a few of them, Dougie and them went somewhere else. But so Lawrence was kind of a farm for people to get signed to a larger independent. But most of us were signed to the label that we were signed to the whole entire time. So Sonic was on Tommy Boy the whole time. Run DMC was on Profile the whole time. Like, you know what I mean? So, and we had budgets. We had all of these particular things. We had those things. Like I said, it's a hindsight thing, but we got to look back. And so when I look back at it, I have to realize, yeah, we made the first album on $8,000, but we signed the contract. Okay, no, we were smart enough to know what a library card was. Even if we didn't have money for books, we could have researched it if we wanted to and found out oh, maybe we should get a little more money. Maybe we should, but we didn't because we were eager and gun ho to do what we do. And we just got to be honest about that thing. But out of that came great art. I mean, I made a great album with y'all, Sean. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely.
We did some good work. So out of that came great art, and we can't down the art. We can't down the art of the Stetsasonics, the MC Lights, the 783s, the Public Enemies. But what we can do is move forward. And my premise from 2016 on, and Doc knows this, Jenny knows this, is to try to get my peers back in that rap arena. Because that rap arena is wide open for LL Cool J. Right. If he want to spark something, it's wide open for Big Daddy Kane. If he want to spark something, and the issue is not to sit around and figure out who's gonna play it. It's not. It's just do it because listen, my premise has always been the same. It's a little different with Stetsasonic only because Stet has I always say this. Stetsasonic has a PG reputation, which gets us a little further. Daddy-O is a little more RX rated. I'm rough around the edges. I'm gonna be that. But for my material, I've always says I don't care where they buy in because they're gonna buy in somewhere, and because there's no Coconuts, there's no Tower Records, there's no Sam Goodies, they can't take me off the shelves.
Yep.
You understand? So if you pick me up in 2025 and just learn who I am, you're going to go back and get every album from the first one I did, Everybody But KRS, all the way up. You're going to say, who is this guy? And you're going to go back and I'm still on the shelves. You don't have to search for that. It's a real easy search and you'll find everything I do. And so the issue is not we gonna end up somewhere. Your music is always gonna end up somewhere nowadays. Whereas in the past, you're making CDs. Well, let me go back before CD. You're making cassettes and vinyl, which we still do at Spit Slam, plug. But I'm saying you're making vinyl and there's no global audience. So if I make a on fire cassette, if it ain't distributed in LA, you don't hear it in LA. And if it ain't a person like Jennifer to tell Greg and them, this group Stetsasonic is good enough and you need to at least listen, we're not heard in LA. That's the other situation that nobody is talking about is nobody, I don't see nobody behind the scenes or even trying to be behind the scenes. You, Sean, but that's about it.
Well, you know what's interesting about, you know what's interesting about you said? We're in a position at this point, and to your point, of where we have the most leverage and power than we ever had. In fairness to what you said earlier, as far as the $8,000, you could have done all the research you wanted, but you wouldn't have gotten any more than that $8,000 because it wasn't a tried or convinced method of it was going to make money. Right. So let's be clear on that. So it was good that you took the offer. Right. And the only reason why they didn't do the videos because it was a heavier investment that they weren't sure on. And I went through the same thing. We had Coolin' and Cali be our first single. They didn't want to do a video. They wanted to do a video for Drums of Steel, which I told them at that time that wasn't a good move to make. But they weren't confident. They didn't understand the genre. They didn't understand any of the business. They were just trying to capitalize on this new, inexpensive music that was not really a heavy investment, so it didn't really have nothing to lose. It was like, yo, we can invest 100, 200,000. Worst case scenario, it's a tax write-off. Best case scenario, it can make us millions. So why not go ahead and do that? Okay, we did the 100. Oh, you want us to do another 20,000? I don't know if I want to do that. That's what you ran into with the videos. They was just like, I don't know if I want to do that. Then they saw that it started getting some momentum when they put out the rest of the stuff. And then they're like, oh, well, let's do a video. But we want to do it with this. So and that was what we ran into. Right. To where we was like, that shouldn't even be our second single. But again, we were going through a lot of the different pavements. It's like going on a road that's not paved, and we paved it. And okay, so it gave the smoothness to everybody who followed us. So I don't regret anything that has happened. But now that the roads are smooth and we're directing the traffic, why are we not coming together telling them where we want the traffic to go? To your point.
That's my point. My point is that, no disrespect to Vlad, but we're more than just a story on Vlad. And by the way, most people don't know this. And for the people watching and the people that's going to watch on the rebroadcast, Vlad pays. So a lot of times y'all wonder how people get on Vlad. Vlad pays. So that's
Vlad pays, and when there isn't garbage to talk about, he makes it up.
Yeah.
And what's funny about that, and we talk about culture vultures often, in the community, and it does exist. I'm not denying that, but at the same time, our biggest culture vulture sometimes is ourselves, because we eat everything that they're feeding.
I agree.
We're not being picky about what we're eating. We're eating whatever they're feeding us and then complaining about the meal.
Yeah, it's true. And that's why we need to learn how to eat to live. I mean, the bottom line, we have all of these opportunities in front of us. Something happened, man. I'm gonna tell y'all this story. I got a book. I'm rewriting the book because a friend of mine that's an author kind of got on my case, and he was right. And you know how it is. I always say I got no people around me. Jennifer's one, Doc is one. Ultramac hasn't become one, but he's gonna be one. Where they just like no D, right? I've been mad times. I call Doc and I'm like, I got 23 records for this album. Well, Griselda just did 9 on there. And then I call Hasib or Jennifer to try to get them to side with me. And they be like, Doc is kind of right. And then I have to pull back, readjust, and then realize, you know what I'm saying, what's going on. And so I had a situation happen with me. This is real heavy note, which was I'm writing this book. I finished the book. I'm going to redo it, but I finished the book, and I was with my OG, Mike Conception. And I'm with my OG, and I say to Mike, I said, man, Mike, I wrote the book, man. I got 2 chapters in there. The thing with Kedar goes on for 2 chapters. You know what he said to me? He said, Daddy-o, if you wasn't so angry, you wouldn't even remember Kedar. And that's my point.
Wow.
You got it, when you angry, you remember everything. And you sit there and you stomp and plead. But when you're not angry, you can look forward.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to explain to my ears and all the rest of them. It's like, I get it. I get y'all don't have no budgets. That's why y'all don't do, it took me all this time to realize why they wasn't doing records. I'm doing interviews all over the place, all hip hop, friggin' Ebro and them, all of that, Sway and them. And they asking me, oh, why do you think your peers are not doing it? I'm making all types of excuses for them. I don't know. Like I said, this has been a crazy year for me because sometime this year, boom, the thing hit me in my head. I said, oh, I never thought that about money. And I said, that's why they not doing it, because they so used to getting budgets and they not getting paid to make the record. So why make it? Right. But that's not the point right now. Most of my peers make more money now than they ever did. And that's just a fact, because it's just in and out. Guys are going out without a DJ, without dancers, without a promoter attached, whatever. And they just picking up that money and going. It's easy money now because you ain't even got to win the crowd over anymore because they know all the songs. Yeah. So money is not their issue. So they shouldn't have an issue with making my opinion, with making art that gives you I used to say aux cord. Now I could say Bluetooth. That gives you the right to the aux cord. Because unlike the brother that was on earlier, I don't have that reality with young people when I play my music in the car. They don't ask me to now put on Finesse 2 times because I smoke his little punk ass. Music, and they're like, man, who this is? Oh, I got a 14-year-old daughter. That's your dad. Like the bottom line is that, and we don't have to sound like them. We don't have to make trap music, but good music is always gonna be good music. It might be debatable to some people. It's not debatable to me. Because I've seen it happen over and over. I've seen Prince do some things that I'm like, when I thought this guy couldn't be any better, he makes something. And I'm like, wow. James Brown used to do the same thing. Yeah. When you thought he couldn't be any better, he goes, bam. Even not the Blood on the Dance Floor, but them other 2 albums, The Dangerous and whatever that other one was that Michael made. Them records is crazy. The one Rodney Jerkins made on Teddy.
Invincible.
Those are bananas, man. Yeah. And I'm not saying beat it. The Thriller ain't dope or also, but those records are fly, man. And so the bottom line is that progress is it's inevitable if that's what you want to do. Now, if you don't want to do that, then that's a different story. But there's no way in the world, nobody can tell me that if he puts his mind to it, that LL can't out-rap everybody on the planet right now. Nobody could tell me that, because that's one of my favorites. Like if you embody,
he's a GOAT.
LL does everything. And Chris might be the number one to some people, and Rakim might be the number. Rakim is shit on stage. Always been shit on stage. Will never be dope ever.
I say it all the time.
Yo, this dude LL. Yo, a whole thing. He made records. He does the stage. His presence. He's handsome. Everything.
Allow Flatline. Allow me to introduce you to Professor Daddy-O.
God damn, man.
This isn't Daddy-O from Stetsasonic. This is.
And he's absolutely correct. And I say it all the time. I'm like, yo, the LL. I'll just go on your LL point. He's been a GOAT. When they say top 5, they always ask me who was. I said LL embodied every portion of hip hop, battling, mainstream songs, street songs. Then he transitioned into acting. And he transitioned into so. There's no way I can even compare.
The Jicklin Baby remix and dance just to show y'all if I want to, I
can. Right.
Daddy,
and people, people really miss those qualities. People miss it often because they're engaged in the fact of a hit. Man, he had some of the first hits by himself, and that's the other thing. I've been in a group. Daddy-O been in a group. We understand the magnitude of doing all of that by yourself, being on stage by yourself for 2 hours.
Crazy. Yeah.
Real quick, allow me to bring on our final guest of the evening, who is an LL Cool J expert, Daddy-O's partner, Lion.
I am so far from an LL Cool J expert. Peace, everybody. It's funny because
what's going on?
When Daddy-O was going on about Rakim,
points.
Let me tell you something. When Daddy-O went in on Melly Mel is what brought he and I together.
Yeah.
Because what was it that you said that he told the biggest lie in hip hop? It's not.
No, that was the Rakim thing.
Okay,
that was Rakim.
The Melly Mel thing that I did, that you hit me. That's when you first contacted me.
Sure.
It was when Mel called Flash Milli Vanilli.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I lost my marbles.
Daddy-O just went in on social media in general, and I was like, you know what? I love the fact that he doesn't have any kind of a muzzle or leash. I mean, just does what he does. And then, that's what kind of brought us together was I reached out to Daddy-O and we started talking.
and I've said this before.
Daddy-O has no filter whatsoever.
None.
Yeah. And I said this before, and Daddy-O, this is probably the first time you're hearing it, but one of the wisest minds in hip hop that I know is Daddy-O.
Thank you,
He's the
sir.
only person I know who actually spends time social in the library, who will do actively casual time in the library. And I've known him for years. I remember when Chuck and I sat in probably Lindenwood Diner creating a plan. We was going to do the 12 Horsemen to actually combat some of the issues that are going on that we're speaking of today.
True.
Because we saw it then. It was over a decade ago. We saw where the industry was going, and we also saw that we can collectively come up with a way and a method to counter it if we put all of our resources, minds, and energy together in that direction.
And that's what I mean about, that village without elders. I have my own tradition, right? But there's no traditions that I know of and respect that have survived without elders. They all do. The East Indians do it. The Native Indians do it. The Italians, I love the way they do it. The Jewish people I grew up with in Brooklyn, I love the way they do it. The West Indian people do it. Like, everybody does it. Everybody pulls on the elders for the divine wisdom. Of course, the young people are going to do their thing and run with what they're going to run with and come up with new ideas, but they always going to be able to go back to the elder, figure that part out, and do it. And I just feel, I've been saying this for a couple of years now, and I won't stop saying it until it's not a reality. I really solidly believe that we're absentee fathers. Now, I can't believe an absentee mother because Rhapsody is signed to her.
Well, to your point, and I'll even go deeper on that. We are absentee fathers, and if you want to go to the point of absentee mothers, without a father, the whole household is collapsed. And so we don't even need to focus on whether the mothers are absent or not, because they're taking our lead. And if we're not given any lead, then we fail. And we have been failing for over a couple of decades now.
Yeah,
and it's a shame.
At least two.
Yeah, at least. And the reason why it's more significant of why we're failing is because we have the leverage to succeed.
Yeah.
We have more power, we have more money, we have more creativity, we have more outlets than we have ever had.
I mean,
in our history.
Yeah, I could never dream bro. When I make records, especially like I think of the record I did with Pasta News that C-Dot produced, and I made that record when I was in Atlanta on vacation, staying in my sister-in-law's house. I made that record in my sister-in-law's bedroom. I heard the beat. The way me and Doc work is, I'll hear a loop. I ain't that guy. I hear the loop, and I'm a producer, but I'm not Doc. I'll hear a loop. I'll send it to him, and then he'll C-Doc it and send it back to me. And that's where the whole idea came from, is C-Doc again, because every time he does it, it's C-Doc again. You're going to hear, whenever you hear me on the C-Doc beat, I am killing your brain. That's a fact, right? And I recorded, I heard the whole flow and everything. I didn't have to go into a studio and boom, I did it. Boom, boom, boom. I had to go to New York right after that. When I went to New York right after that, it was Paul that told me it sounded De La-ish. And I said, oh, I'm going to hit Paz up. And I hit Paz the News. He laced me. Boom. Man, I could never do that back in the day. I had to wait for studio time. I had to wait for the engineer to mix it. I don't know if I'm going to get in. I don't know if I'm going to get out. I mean, we was going crazy. You gotta realize, you got basically 4 producers in Stetsasonic, and everybody's giving ideas, but you got 4 solid producers in Stetsasonic. Do you know how crazy we was going because we had the book time and only had a few hours? So how do you get Paul, Bobby, DB, and Daddy-O to do something? Come on. We damn near flipping coins as to what we do. Now, the only other way that it worked out was Paul and DB. I didn't have it. This is how I learned. I learned how to produce from them. Paul and DB had equipment at their house. So they would at least be able to like program drums and stuff like that and bring it in. But still, everybody, we on the edge of our seats trying to figure out how something gonna come out. The fact that I can make this stuff the way I make this stuff, that's my whole gizmo. So I'm just playing into what you said. I'm adding on to your cipher, Sean, where I'm saying, man, we got all these opportunities. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go. And not to say, look, I'm not saying we don't do some large sounding big studio records. We got a record coming out on Old Dad Truth, 2024, a group called Black Madonna that's out of a band called Black Madonna that's out of Memphis. Incredible shit. And all that's big studio shit. You understand? So we don't frown on it. What I'm saying is that opportunistically, what we're able to do now, I'm expounding on your point again, Sean. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? When you can do this now, what are we doing?
Yeah, why not do it when you can do it?
Yeah, it's just like, and I get a little, there's only, I always say this, I've said this before, there's only one person who I accepted it from, and that was Jalil. Because Jalil, this is what happened. I did a record, Lion produced. The album's not out yet. I did a whole album on mental health, way before people was thinking this issue, right? We got an album called Ghetto PTSD. The only reason we haven't put it out because we want the right partners. We don't want to just do it as a record.
Yeah, this is more important than just a release. There's so many components to it because it's, mental health is such a huge thing. That Daddy-O, he had that idea, and we just started like piling on. Well, we can get with this organization. We can do this with the schools, and so it's incredible.
So,
go ahead, Daddy-O.
He jacked Daft Punk. This record's crazy. So Lion sent me this track. He jacked Daft Punk. I grabbed my favorite MC on record because I always tell people this. Here's a producer secret. I never gave this away, but I'll give it away now. If you ever need to do letters in a record, just grab Gets No Rougher from LL Cool J. Because he does every letter. The A, the B, the C, the C, the D. I did a record called
XYZ. It's bullshit to me.
Right. I did a record called PTSD. So I used the P, the T, I did that. Ryan said, yo, man, what do you think about X doing this? God bless the day. He was like, what do you think about X and Ja doing this? Because this reminds me of when they did One Love. So I hit Jalil up. We started having this conversation about making records. And this is why I say Jalil's the only one to get a pass. Because he said to me, Daddy-O, what if I just don't want to do it no more? That I can't argue with.
Wow.
But then other guys like Shan said to me, oh, well, if I made it, Daddy-O, nobody will want to hear it anyway. I don't want to hear that. That part I'm not listening to. You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is that all these opportunities exist. We got Old Dad Truth. Spit Slam is our distributor. Y'all could come over here. It don't matter. I'm not saying come to us because we already got heat coming. So it don't matter to us. It's going to keep going. You know what I mean? But like you said, Sean, first of all, we got to stop being angry. That's one thing. Because if we continue, first of all, the anger will get you cancer or something. I don't know. All types of implications health-wise. But we won't move forward without being angry. And I don't believe, and like I said, hindsight is so difficult for me right now. I would love to say hindsight, oh, it's so great. It's not, because I'm looking back, and some of the things that I have said in the past was the industry fault or Tommy Boy fault, or boom, I'm looking back and I'm saying, man, it kind of was my fault. You know what I mean?
Psychologically,
That's
accountability is something that
thing.
we've been missing. You're right. Psychologically, and this is big right now in the social street, accountability is something that we are emphasizing on women right now. It's a gender, but we didn't take accountability.
Right.
And we need to stop acting as if we did. And that's not just in our families, but to your point, in our business. We wanted to be down with the Negro League, wanted to be down with the Major League Baseball. They had their own league that was successful, and they wanted to be down with something that was less successful, less creative, less athletic than what they had. And so they went there, and that allowed them to take all of the posture, the structure, all of what they had, and do what they wanted with it. And we're doing the same exact thing in hip hop. We have the ability, we have the creativity. The strongest thing that we all have on this call right now, the one thing, the most powerful thing in this industry, it ain't how much school you got. It ain't how, it's your ability to create.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
That in itself is the most valuable thing on this earth, the ability to create. And we often bury it.
I mean, I could speak for you too, Sean, but I could definitely speak for me and everybody else that's on. Lion, my partner, Jennifer works my business side. This guy plays all my records. This guy plays all my records, makes great videos, but also gives me advice. And then Doc's my producer. Like, that's all we think about, is how we gonna structure. Maybe for him it's the next playlist, maybe, you know what I mean? But that's all we think about, is being creative, because opportunistically there was a time that all of us felt so shut out. I mean, true story, bro. Real easy. The way this whole journey for me started was Lion contacted me after the Melly Mel thing. So me and him started talking. Kang, God bless the dead. Kang was alive. He was working with Kang. One day he says to me, man, you know, some of the things I'm trying to do for you, man, it would be kind of dope if you had new material. And I said to him, you ain't said nothing but a word, because I was actually sitting on some records, but I had no idea what the idea of putting out a record was at that point. It's 2000, it was the bottom of 15, but moving into 16. So I didn't know what putting out a record meant at that point. I had already made my foray into technology. I was already dealing with some digital stuff. And I sent him the first record, which was the Everybody But KRS. And he said, now Chuck's been my friend for the longest, but Chuck, I never did no business with Chuck. He just was my friend.
Let me jump in real quick, Daddy-O.
Go ahead.
Daddy-O sends me just listen to this thing, you know, tell me what you think. I got to the second track, it was the one in the club, Daddy-O.
Oh, yeah, Cracking.
I got to that track, and in the middle of it, I stopped. I called Daddy-O. I said, why are we sitting on this? And Daddy-O says to me, we aren't doing anything. You make the numbers, I'll create the colors. So then I reached out to Mr. Chuck and I said, Chuck, I know the publicity world, I know the bodyguard world. I don't know the first thing about shopping for a deal. And Chuck said, you don't. I said, what? He said, you become a label. Go ahead, Daddy-O. That's where I'll back out there.
And so what happened was, he says to me, Chuck says, we're gonna preview it on Rap Station. I think he said something like, we're gonna preview it on Rap Station on Sunday, and we're gonna have it on iTunes on Monday. And I was like, now my mind was blown, but the first time in my life, and this was a foray into the way that I would end up being later, For one time in my life, I gave no pushback. I can't even tell you why I didn't push back. I just said, okay. And then
Where in the hell was I when that happened?
Oh, Lion was like, yo, you need to talk to Chuck. So then I asked Chuck, I said, Chuck, what about the videos? He said, Daddy, we digital now. We could do a video anytime. The whole beginning of That Truth. And then we started rocking, but we was moving at such a fast pace, we actually had to slow down.
Daddy said, when Public saying, I'm dropping the album every quarter. Every quarter.
So we tried that twice, and then Doc was like, yo, Daddy, they haven't even heard.
And you know, it's interesting what you was talking about earlier. That's why I was pushing back on that a little, is because the structure is necessary depending on how you're laying it out, and two, depending on what your goal is. Because if your goal is to be famous, which a lot of those guys who we were speaking about, that's their goal. So they are achieving their goal, but that's not the best business forte, because then you wind up putting yourself in a position to where you get a bogus deal, or you get taken advantage of, because you didn't actually lay out anything other than being famous. You didn't lay out how much money you wanted to make. You just said, I want to make money and be famous. But when you put the structure down, that's why they had the structures of how they laid out our video, because they was trying to make the most out of what they the project that they signed us for, which was that one project, that one album, segueing into a possibility for the second. So they wanted to make that second a reality. So they was like, this is how we have to lay it out. Again, they only had a certain amount of platforms to play it and expose it on.
True.
So that was another thing that was was against us. So they had to lay it out, because they couldn't just give them every album and expect them to play it along with the other labels that they was doing business with. So they had to kind of say, all right, which one is it that you want to play? And they say, all right, we want to play this one. This is our single. And that was the design of why singles came out and why it was laid out that way. And now the difference is, we got a lot of platforms that can be played on.
Well, it's what Lion said, Chuck said to us. You become a label, because I think and you said that earlier. I don't think the young brother heard you, but the issue of structure is not a falsity. It's not it's real. You know, since we started this journey, and I've never said it publicly really, but I've said it to a lot of people privately. I said, man, that lie that they told you about not needing a label is a lie. Oh, you don't need no label now. No, you do. The issue is, though, and this is to your point, Sean, you can become the structure. Which we never had that opportunity. Let's say that opportunity, let me not say never, but that opportunity was far and few between. And the only reason I don't say never, you'll hear on the interludes to one of my albums, is because Scott LaRock did it. Scott did it. But nobody else did it. Only Scott. And what's interesting about that is, I tell people this, and I've been saying this whole year. You know, KRS-One is the only guy in this whole game that does whatever he wants to do. There's nobody else that does. Everybody else got a partnership here, and they doing this.
That's not true, Daddy-O. That's not true. That's unfair, because on the West Coast, you just mentioned some E40s and the T-shorts. They kind of subscribe to the same thing that you're talking about.
But I'm talking about, he's presently, like, I watch Chris. There's no booking agent. There's no manager. Like, it is so dope to me. And
I understand that.
I've never seen anything like this. I did shows with him. Only him and I did a show with Chris in South Carolina. Only him and Simone showed up. He had this thing. I don't know if it was a cab or whatever. He had this. He must have took a cardboard cookie box or something. wrote down the names of the songs, numbered them, handed it to the house DJ. And he would do songs and go, number 9. And it would be still number 1. It's so fly. Even camera wise, it was Simone holding the camera, like, and I watch him all the time just do whatever. He takes shows when he wants. He takes lectures when he wants. If he doesn't want to, he sits home. He still don't fly.
Right.
Yeah. And I understand that, but the point that I was making is that there are several people like that, maybe
Right.
not to the capacity
Okay.
of what he's,
Right.
you know, he's independent from that standpoint.
Right.
And the one thing that I realized, and this week I've been really exercising and thinking about it. We often fight for independence, and I'm not just talking about labels. I'm talking about in general. When in fact we wasn't designed to be independent. We were designed to be interdependent.
Yeah.
And what you just described is us being interdependent.
Agreed.
And identifying where we're weak so that we can find the strength to support and balance our weaknesses.
Oh,
and that's the whole so you're right. I'm just building on your point to where it all makes sense, and we have the ability, and more importantly, we have the understanding. That's what was missing back then. We didn't really get into this as a business. We got into this as a creative outlet, and to be able to put it out there creatively. When it became a business, that's when the complications started, because that was something we didn't prepare for.
Yeah.
It's like dribbling and playing on a ball court, and you're nice.
Right.
But you didn't get into a structured environment where they blowing whistles and they calling fouls on you.
Right.
That's what happened. We got into something there where whistles were being blown. Wait, can't do that. Oh, wait, foul.
I watched that firsthand because, you know, I was with Free, and me and Set Free was the first ones that did the And1 mixtapes. And so even before Professor got on And1, and I was with Shane and all of them, Half Man, Half Amazing. Rayford had just left because Rayford was getting ready to go in the NBA. So I was with them guys, traveling with them guys. And I remember that was around the time when Vince Carter made that dunk, and all of the And1 guys was like, that was nothing. Like the whole world was going crazy over this dunk, and it was like, I could do it. But I looked at them, to your point, Sean, and I said, but y'all could play. Y'all are nice. I used to watch them do some crazy stuff. I said, but do you have the fundamentals? Because you keep saying you could go in the NBA, you could do this, and you know, because ain't no rules in the Rucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, no disrespect, but come on, you're gonna step 5 times. You're gonna travel 5 steps before you do something in the Rucker. You know what I'm saying? Can you do the structure? And I think what you're saying, Sean, also sparked something in me to talk about that, what they all call the 5th element of hip hop, which is knowledge. Right?
Wow, that's a great point.
And now talking to you, I love having these conversations because it just gives me food, you know me. The knowledge did come later. So hip hop didn't come in. It's almost like this is a stupid analogy, but I'm gonna make it anyway. It's Flash and them before Raheem, because they was the Furious 4. It was Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 4, and then Raheem jumped ship after they battled Funky 4. And Raheem was like, I want to be over there with them. You know, and when Ra got in, you seen a little shift in the Furious 5, because now they had one other guy that had that major spit capacity. You know what I mean? Because the major spit capacity, Ness never really had it. Creole was kind of roundabout, but of course Cowboy taught Mel, so he had it. And definitely Mel had it, because Mel took that thing to another level. But now you had Ra. And it's the same thing that 5th element of hip hop did for us. It's brought in that idea. But I mean, again, man, it's about forward mode. We got so much potential. There's so much in our hands right now. I tell people this all the time because I work in tech. Before we get into net neutrality, trust what I tell you when I tell you, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. You know me. Me and my partner is opposite on that level. But the government can charge for the internet, censor the internet. It's theirs. It's not ours. It's theirs. But until that happens, do your damn thing.
Yep.
While you got the opportunity to do it, do it. And that's why I say, that's why I focus more on the doing than the talking, because I feel like a lot of times, cats, this is great because it's a forum. I love it, CDOC, again, because it's a round table. Most of that stuff I don't like. Because even the little argument was dope as fuck. I'm going to grab some of that shit and repost it. You know what I mean? Like, even though, you know what I'm saying? That's different when you got a round table. But that talking head thing that some of us old school guys is doing, look at the trouble it got Melly Mel in. Just sitting there talking to the camera. Some of the stuff, 90% of the shit Mel said was dope as hell. But they grabbed that little 10% and they skewered him.
Yep.
So, but you know what? If he was in the lab, signed to Old Dad Truth, distributed by Spit Slam and produced by CDOC, different story.
It's true. It's true.
It's true.
100%. When we first started Old Dad Truth, one of the things that Daddy-O said was his mission was challenging his peers. And so that began. So we get to the Lady B Basement Party 2017. Kaz and was it Mo D?
Oh yeah.
Kaz and Mo D. Daddy-O just runs right up on him. I'm doing this. What are you doing? You've got this talent. Why are you not doing something with it? Why are you pissing this away? It was great to see, and it was that was the challenge that he began and has carried this whole time. It's like, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to challenge you and make you get up and meet your potential.
Yeah, do better.
He's sparking up that competitive energy that originated within
There
us.
you go.
And I will say this in fairness, similar to Jalil, a lot of people are exhausted from the experience, and you have to kind of reignite. Which he's trying to do, reignite that spark in them, that creative spark, because they buried that talent. Because when they expose that talent, the outcome is pretty traumatic to a lot of them.
Yeah,
and because again, they paved the way and they went through a lot of things that a lot of people don't. It's kind of like a war veteran who went to war.
That's me.
And almost got killed, was sitting there going through, trying to save his life every day, get home, and they're looking like, well, who are you? Who cares? And they're living on the privileges of you securing those privileges, you securing the houses that they're living in, and they're sitting there looking at you like, I got my house, get out of here. And so these guys who we're speaking of have the same often perspective that, I helped get you this house, and now you sitting there telling me who the hell, who was it that called Academics said that some of the old school artists are dusty, and I said, while you might have a point, it's horrible, because back to your point, Daddy-O, with the elders, it's horrible for you not to acknowledge that those elders set forth for you to even have a platform to speak on right now.
Yep.
They sacrifice for you to have that. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Part of what goes on in the industry, and something that I've experienced in the last 20 some odd years, is what I call the Wimpy syndrome. You remember Popeye? Remember Wimpy? I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. How often do you hear that? If you just do this, man, if something jumps off, I'm going to hook you up. And that never happens. when Tango was alive, my closest friend, my mentor, he was so nice you can't even imagine how nice he was. And he would go to, so and so would come to town. Snoop came to town, brought Kangle in, had him do Roxanne, and that's that. And I kept saying to Kang, all these cats are bringing you up to do this. Which one of them are saying, let's get you in the studio? Let's get you on a track with me. Let's do something, that propels people forward. But instead, you made the comparison of combat veterans, of which I am. Look at how many homeless veterans there are after going and defending our freedoms or what have you. Okay, same thing as you said. It's the same thing in hip hop. You got how many of these cats that if they could just get somebody to give them a break, it'd be amazing. It'd be so amazing. But if they also don't. The problem that I think that I see him is that you've been kicked for so long. And Jalil said, "What if I don't want to do it anymore?" So many have been kicked for so long that they're just like, "Man, I can do without."
Yeah. I think the deal with Jalil, though, I think Jalil is hurt.
He's got a lot of bitterness.
Well, I think that what you just said is what I was going to say about all of them are hurt.
Yeah.
And they don't acknowledge that they're in pain.
See, and that's what the mental health, the PTSD album is addressing, because it's a thing where we've got this stigma of men are suck it up, be a man, and it's like I could be ready to jump off of a bridge, but still be afraid to call my brother and say I'm hurting, because I'm not trying to hear, well, suck it up, that kind of thing. We got to be able to be open, and this plays into exactly what we're talking about. We got to feel comfortable and feel safe in talking to each other and giving each other that space. Daddy-O knows if he was in in crisis, give me a call. I don't care what time it is. Give me a call, because we got to be there for each other.
Well,
I'm rambling. Sorry about that.
Great point. Because I never really thought about trauma. Like I said, I love having these conversations. That's why I love them being roundtables, because I gain from it. I never really thought about trauma in hip hop. I did say in the past that I figured that rappers, I was saying rappers, I wasn't talking about music artists, I was actually talking about rappers, might possibly face bigger bouts of depression than anybody else. Because I remember the first time I went to a therapist. I was going through so much stuff. I finally, went to a therapist, and I was still living in New York. And the therapist said, "What's your biggest fear to me?" And I said, "My biggest fear is riding the train again." And she said, "Why?" And I said, "Oh, I done made these records. People done see me make these records. If I ride the train again, it's going to be like I failed and blah-da-da-da." And you know what she told me? She said, "Until you realize that the person that rides the train and the person that takes these limos is the same person, you're not going to be all right."
Wow.
And I think Sean, a great point, because I don't think that's, I think, it's something to explore moving forward. Nobody talks about trauma in hip hop at all.
Yeah,
absolutely. And you got to realize
trauma in hip hop, even some of it could be trickled down. Like, could Mac Miller and Juice WRLD be trickled down trauma in hip hop? Like, that's a question, right?
Yeah.
That's a very valid question. And what's interesting about that is that when we speak about it from the traumatic standpoint, fame is something that is a drug, is beyond, how Jay-Z said, it's stronger than heroin. We're not looking, man. And people don't really take that into account. What you just described is something that most of us can relate to, and people to stay off of that train will sacrifice themselves in a lot of ways that is unquestionable, that they would never have, and which cycles the trauma even further. because now they've done something even more traumatic than the embarrassment that they might have felt by being on the train.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. You're right.
Well,
You know, the crazy. Go ahead. The crazy thing about Jalil that I'm talking about, once X died, that and Daddy-O, you know as well as I do, we were watching his posts and he was screaming for somebody to listen to it. It really did something to him. Same thing I think went for Cool Rock Ski.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's something that we need to explore as much as people talk about exploring unions in hip hop and some of the other things that they talk about exploring in hip hop and moving for health insurance in hip hop and all. And I do think all that stuff is valid. I think those are valid arguments. But I think we need to, and I'm definitely going to do my thug dizzle and research about it. We need to explore that because now I'm getting another view of the absentee father that I didn't have before you spoke, Sean. Because I'm looking at the absentee father as a total responsible, almost healthy guy, right? But what if that absentee father is traumatized?
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. But that goes to even further. I look at it from not just the music industry. I actually look at the absentee father within our family structure in our communities.
Mm-hmm.
And it applies the same way.
Yeah.
And those fathers were actually traumatized as well. Whether they, as we just described, by the way, thank you for serving for us. I salute you for that.
And C-Doc, we sorry we turned you into Dr. Philman.
No, this is great because we need to make this an episode. You know.
Yeah.
You know, Sean, you mentioned about being famous being traumatic. If you watch, I'm a huge K-pop fan, and if you watch how poisonous and toxic the fandom is there, as well as here with hip hop, and us having access to the internet and being able to see people's opinions, and that can beat you down. We just lost. There were two siblings, Bin and Sua Moon, in two different groups, but they were very, very, very close. And Ben got so much hate and so on and so forth. He committed suicide this last April, and she's destroyed. She's absolutely destroyed. She's not even involved in music anymore right now. And it's that same kind of thing that goes on here with the fame, to where it's like, yeah, we get the adulations, but then you also have the poison and the toxic fandom that's there because they just want the attention.
Yeah.
And they don't really think about the fact that I'm looking at what you say, but you don't even know me.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. And that contributes to that.
Oh, I agree. I mean, if you think about the exchange that I think it was Super Lover C and myself just had. Oh, Casanova Rudd. Okay, Casanova. I'm sorry, Super Lover C. But if you think about the exchange that Casanova Rudd and I just had, it's rooted in a lot of what we're speaking on right now. A lot of the trauma that he might be going through is because he's been affected by his experience in the industry.
Yeah. Somebody said if C-Doc is Dr. Phil, that make Jennifer Oprah.
That is funny. But the funny thing is that I personally can speak from the perspective because I understand being an artist as well as being an executive, and being an artist who had mediocre fame, which to me was the blessing, because I might not have been able to do any of the other things I've done had it been increased further.
Right. Sure. Right.
And so I speak from that perspective because I understand what it had did to me, having to leave the industry just to get sound mind and going back into the hood and damn near going crazy again.
Yeah.
You know, and because like my mentality, I got out literally. I got out the industry. I got into the industry to get out of East New York. I left the industry to go back to East New York and found out that East New York was much more influential than I had ever imagined. My mentality, I was ready to kill somebody over sitting on my $1,500 car after I left the industry. And I caught myself and reflected on it and was like, what the hell was I thinking?
Wow.
And what I was thinking is that I went back into the mentality of the environment. So the only reason, the blessing that I got was to be able to do the 3 Ps, change the people change the place that I was in to which should put me into different, around different people, which helped me change my perspective.
I'm real big on having friends who are willing, like Daddy O is one that Daddy O, I love my brother, he loves me, but he'll put his foot straight in my ass too. Call me on my bullshit. No, without a hesitation. But I'll do the same thing. And that's the kind of thing that I think that you're referring to, is that iron sharpens iron,
Iron sharpens iron. And what Daddy O said earlier, and I don't want to lose sight of it, it's a village, it's a culture and a community.
Yep.
And a family, if nothing else. And that family is led by the elders, as he mentioned, but those elders have cultural design and structure that gives them the ability to be respected as an elder, because everything that they went through, they're able to check you and hold you accountable, but they're also able to receive checking and be able to learn from those younger generations that have energy that they don't have any longer.
Yeah, that's why I don't have an album with 23 songs on it.
and I'm glad, because keeping that pace might have killed you.
Yeah,
and that's something that keeping up with the jump.
It would have killed him, but C-Doc and I would have killed him first.
As it is, before they put the reins on him, we had Everybody But KRS, the Odad, the Gun, and the Children. What was From My Hood to Yours? There was like 4 albums in a row, like I said, every quarter.
And the funny thing is, just hearing it gives me and has given me, seeing some of his progress has given me some, as he said, some ignition to tap into my creative juices again.
That's good stuff.
Because I definitely buried them purposely at one point, and then I just didn't have the motivation in another point. And him doing those things give me that motivation again. But the first point is that I didn't value, like I said earlier, the ability to be creative, the ability to create.
Yep.
That's why I buried it.
Yeah.
And so now that I'm understanding the value of being able to create, and I see through him and through some of the times where I exercise my creative abilities, how the response is, and how people respond more to me saying a rhyme than me talking to them and doing lectures, as Daddy and I have always, spoke about doing, and we do at times. You are more effective just saying a verse, a 16 bar, 24 bar, than 2 hours of lecturing.
They love it, man. They love it. I came to the conclusion. I told Lion when I first started rapping again, and I got a record. Actually, on my duets album, we address it at the top on one of these records that I got called Ultimatum, which is real dope. But I realized that something just popped in my head. I was, man, they know you as an MC. And that's no disrespect to anything else that you are. That's no disrespect to anything else that you do. But it's like, you don't necessarily, I don't think you ever really do. You don't graduate from being an MC. You might have other things. I'm going to date myself. You know, you might have other things in your utility belt. You understand, like Batman and Robin, but you don't graduate from being that MC. And I think once I did that, I seen a lot of life, you know, how people be, you know, you have a lot of people that make those statements, how hip hop changed my life or whatever. I seen a lot of things in my life change because I was able, you know, it's true I have no filter, but when I could rhyme with no filter, it's twice or three times as powerful.
Yeah, very true.
So when I'm rhyming with no filter and I'm saying what I want to say, that's just powerful to me. And I know how to do that because I haven't been given a whole bunch of gifts. Now I can't play basketball. I can't. I'm a decent producer, but I ain't even no keyboard player or no guitar player. Like it's a whole bunch of things I can't do. Rhyming is actually my gift. And so once I operate in my gift start opening up other doors for me to have sometimes nothing to do with my gift, but then everything to do with my gift. I did 2 TED Talks, but the one I did with the rap in it, they went bananas.
And that lends to the point that I was just making, because I was doing a lecture, right? I did a lecture, and this is when it clicked with me, in Brownsville, over at it was off of Rockaway. I was in it was a PAL or some type of YMCA, and I did a lecture with a bunch of kids. That was the first time, you know, I had did a lot of different lectures and talks. That was the first time that I felt the liberty to be able to say a rhyme, because some of my rhymes are, again, unfiltered. But what I learned from that moment, and I'll share this with you, is that at that moment, I spit the rhyme, right? And then I was telling about all the accolades I did, working Tupac, blah, 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 Dr. Dre, this, that, and another, some of the MC, but, and I said, all right. And then I said, you know what? They triggered something to make me want to say a rhyme. I said a rhyme, and they was like, yo, I said, all right, well, before I leave, is there anything else y'all want to know? Any other question? One of the guys raised his hands. Brownsville, you know what I'm talking about, Daddy-O. He was like, yeah, I got a question. First, they were looking at my watch. Yeah, I like that watch. Yo, how could I get one of them? I'm like, yeah, you work, blah, 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 blah. But he said, I said, yeah, any other questions? He said, yeah, I got a question. Could you spit another verse?
Wow.
That blew my mind. Blew my mind. Because I wasn't an MC at that time. I was an executive.
Right.
I was, you know, a lecturer. I was all, but to your point, I was an MC. And I didn't ever, but what I learned from that today, literally today, I just left a meeting. I'm using that again. And this is just confirmation, your confirmation, Daddy, on what everything you just said, but I'm using it again. But this time, I don't have to be worried about filtering myself, because guess what? I can add a disclaimer.
Yeah.
I can prepare. I can say, yo, this might not be for everybody ears, but you need to hear it. And then spit it.
Yeah.
It don't matter the environment that I am in anymore. And I always was conscious about that. I have unfiltered myself, and as I get older, I unfilter further. And it's a blessing to me, because filtering ourselves is just giving us the opportunity not to grow.
Yeah.
It's giving us the ability to highlight our insecurity of worrying about what somebody's going to think about us.
Yeah.
That's an insecurity that we often face either directly or indirectly. And I'm like, yo, what is it? At this point in my life, yo, love me or hate me, it don't really matter to me.
That's what I say.
You know, a good friend of mine who was one of the first Christian rock groups, he formed it called Undercover. His name is Ojo Taylor, and he said something that I keep with me. He said, I'm at a point in my life where I don't feel like I need to explain myself to anybody. I don't live my life before a board. I'm going to say what I have to say, eat the hay, and spit out the sticks.
Yeah, that's real.
That's a good place to end the episode.
Absolutely. See, Doc, put the structure on us. No, but seriously, I want to say thank you for having us. And as always, I haven't seen Daddy in a while, but always we reconnect like we saw each other
What happens
yesterday.
when you see you bring East New York in the house? It turns
Absolutely.
mood change.
Yo,
and what y'all don't realize is we're both born and raised in East New York. A lot of people don't know that about us.
Yeah.
And East New York in itself is an entity that a lot of people don't understand because, you hear about Bed-Stuy, you hear about all the other places in Brooklyn, but all of those places know East New York.
Yeah.
Sure.
We was the place they didn't come.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
No, I want to bring a bunch of you guys back and we'll do a proper roundtable episode.
We need to talk about that trauma. I'm telling you, Sean, you, and I'm gonna talk to Lion about it offline. That trauma in hip hop, you changed my perspective about a lot of things, brother. I'm glad you did it before the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, Lord, because I'm just a vessel, but you always spark energy in me. Like I said, and I'll say this, I said it publicly before, but this is the first time I share with you, Daddy-O is one of the smartest, if not the smartest man in hip hop that I know.
Thank you.
And I know a lot of men. And I say one of them because I also got to give acknowledgement to my brother.
Yeah.
Because he's a very, yeah. So and of course Chuck is also another entity. But the point is that I always give him that praise outside of you being here. So I'm giving you those flowers today. And it ain't because you're from East New York. It's because I've have had conversations with, and you always are a sponge for receiving new knowledge. You're the only rapper I know in our generation who knows all of the artists that are hitting right now.
And speaking of that, real quick, I knew, and unless this Kanye, Ty Dolla $ign do it, I knew Nicki was gonna have the album of the year. I knew it. That Nicki Minaj album goes so hard. It's scary. She's scary good.
There you go.
Yeah, it's crazy. I remember doing an interview on another platform, and I'm gonna let you go to see that. And they asked me, who are your favorite MCs at the time? And I said, Nicki Minaj and Drake. And they wanted to kill me for it. But I was like, nah. As a lyricist, I listen to their lyrics. I ain't saying who wrote them and all that, but lyrically,
they do it.
They do it. And Nicki does it. Like she got Lil Wayne and all of that, all embodied in her. And people offset it because of her mainstream appeal.
It's funny how you said I listened to the lyrics as a lyricist. The thing that drew me to K-pop is I'm a producer. I'm also a musician, but they're doing things productive. The production quality. Ignore the fact that it's a foreign language. The productive quality is something that no one here in America is doing, and it's amazing. And that's what drew me to it. Just like you with lyrics draws you in like that. It's just interesting how that magnet works.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But if you think about it, we all are drawn to the entities that we probably are most passionate about, whether it be a DJ, whether it be a musician or a producer, whether it be a lyricist, or whether you're a combination of it all. You have those things. That's what usually attracts you. And you listen to it for that before, like I'll listen to what they're saying before I listen to the hook. Some of my DJ friends, they listen to the beat before they listen to anything.
Sure.
They're like, yo, that's gonna hit and they listen to the beat and I don't hear it. But when I hear that hook and it's melodic and it's catchy, corny, or whatever the case may be, I can tell you in a minute, oh, that's gonna be a hit. Simply because of the element that it has.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right.
Doc, thank you for letting me come in, man. I appreciate
Thank you guys.
Thank you talking with everybody
here. Sean B, as always, Odad, Lion, thank you guys. Thanks for joining us.
All right.
Have a good one. Happy New Year, everybody.
Yes, Happy New Year, everybody. All right.
Okay.
And how do I leave this?
Wait.
Oh, there we
Jennifer, go. Jennifer, come back. Oh.
I'm here.
Okay.
I didn't go anywhere.
I hit the wrong button. My bad. Yeah. Okay. It's C-Doc again is brought to you by Hackensack Brewing and the Spitslam Record Label Group. You can join Flatline, Mr. Chuck, and myself every Friday for the Angie Don't Stop radio show where I play the Spitslam Jam of the Week. You can join Jennifer and Ultramag along with DJ Soulbuck on Sunday for the mixtape where they play music for our upcoming guests for next week. And a little reminder, right, Jennifer, next week we're going to be on Monday again too, right? Is that correct?
Monday.
I mean, Wednesday. Sorry.
Wednesday.
Yes. Next Wednesday. And then we'll be back to Tuesdays after that. So just for the new year and whatever. But yes, Wednesday we will be back with our guest, the Durable Mammal, Mocha Only, starting us off with back from the bathroom. Ultramag 7.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that on the regular.
Huh? I saw you laugh. Yes.
Yo, man, I had to poop.
Wow.
I had to poop.
Sometimes you got to do it.
Sometimes you got to poop.
Oh my God. I'm thankful that you didn't take the phone with you into the bathroom.
No.
I do appreciate that. Yes.
Well,
I do appreciate that.
I did, but I was listening.
Okay, TMI.
Thank you guys for sticking around for this epic episode of It's C-Doc again. The final episode of 2023. We will be back next year, 2024, next Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on Channel 0 for another episode of It's C-Doc again.
We out.